You've ever gotten a haircut and been like, oh my God, finally. Go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Happy Friday. It's Friday the 13th. We made it to the end of a long week. Got one more day here. Got green arrows across the board. Should be a good one. Almost mice down, drinks up time. Let's get it. Good morning, folks, and welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Market Edge Live. It's great to be back with you folks here today, and happy Friday the 13th. As mentioned before, I hope you're not superstitious. The market does not appear to be, because today we've got green arrows across the board here in the pre-market. Let's go ahead and say good morning to everybody. White Chocolate Mocha, hello. Drew, good morning. Tanya, good morning. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Kumo, it's good to see you again. Hugh, good morning. I got my coffee. I actually 2 cups deep already. I'm working on tea already. Friday. Hello. Welcome back. 3D in the house. Good morning, 3D. Happy Friday. Brian, welcome back. Wiss, welcome back. Good morning. Bernard, welcome back. So awesome. Let's go ahead and just dive right into SPY. Let me get my screen on the screen here. Good morning, Tom. Great to see you again as well. Here we go. We're going to start here with SPY. Eli, good morning. Larry, good morning. It sure looked like, here, let me actually adjust this. It's a little bit easier to see. So it sure looked like we were actually going to roll over. Good morning, conditionally accepted. It looked like we were going to kind of roll over here and break this pattern we've had of slight pullbacks and then push to all-time highs. Looked like we were starting that process. Now, I understand it's the morning and we have a long day here, so we'll see where this candle finishes. But so far, looks like the market is up on the back of the Broadcom and Restoration Hardware earnings, which we're going to talk about here in a sec. That's also driving the semiconductor ETF as well. But we're actually right under the trend line here. SPY at 607, S&P futures up 0.4% here in the pre-market. Dow futures up 0.1, actually 0.13, and the NASDAQ futures here up almost a full percent, up 0.8% here in the pre-market. So good stuff. Definitely have some green arrows across the board here, and it should be fun for us today. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Paul, good morning. 4 for 4 with trades yesterday. Not bad, Paul. In fact, you know what we'll do? We'll give you the first sound effect of the day here. Nice little one-up for you. Really good job. Let's see if we can repeat that here today. All right, so that's kind of it with the SPY. Let's see. I don't really think. Let me know if there's anything that you folks have for the broader market, trade ideas here, and based on what you're seeing or anything like that. Just kind of a look ahead. There's no economic events of note here today. Obviously, there's no earnings later on today. I don't really think there were any here this morning, at least none that were none that seemed important or anything like that. And then a look ahead to next week here. We do have retail sales at 8:30 in the morning on Tuesday. So nothing there on Monday. We'll see what happens. And then Wednesday, we have that FOMC meeting, right? So that's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern. The presser with Powell is going to be at 2:30. And of course, we will stream that live here on Benzinga TV. Looking ahead to Thursday, we have the initial jobless claims and the Philly Fed manufacturing data. And then Friday, we have core PCE in the morning. So that's kind of what we're looking for next week. Let's see if we can close this week out with a bang and start next week ahead. That's going to be the goal here today. All right, let's dive into some of the top stories, and then we'll go ahead and take a look at any of the stocks you want. I'll be honest here, folks. I don't have a whole lot here. It's Friday. It's the end of the week. The news flow is kind of light here today. So I think and we have no guest here today. So I think what's going to end up happening is we're probably going to do a ton of ticker time. The movers list wasn't really popping all that much yet this morning. There are some on there we should definitely take a look at. And by the time we roll through some of these stories, maybe there will be some more pre-market movers that we can examine. But get your tickers ready. The other thing, we are going to have Anne-Marie on later today. So if you want to, if you have a ticker that you might want to set up an options trade on, be sure to start thinking about that. And we'll go ahead and ask Anne-Marie to set up a trade for us on that. So, okay, let's start with the first story here. Of course, the news du jour, if you will, Broadcom, ticker AVGO. Now, going into this report, we all kind of expected this, at least I did, and so did my network and the people that I was talking with. We all kind of expected the results to be good here. Let me see what the options move was implying. Broadcom options imply a 6.7% move on the earnings. We're up 17% here in the pre-market, just shy of 17%. So option buyers really won the day yesterday with that print. Early on, it didn't look like that was going to be the case. All right, it popped. It actually came back in. It was right around that breakout level that we have here, 186.42, and then it really took a leg up later on in the pre-market. And as you can see, we actually took another leg up here in the pre-market. Leg up in the after hours and another leg up here in the pre-market. So I could see this pulling back out of the open, to be quite honest with you, but I actually think that would be good for a long side trade. I think there's probably some profit takers in here, maybe even from the after hours session yesterday. And if we get that little bit of a pull right out of the open here, that should set up nicely for a long side trade when we inevitably find support. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here on Broadcom. I would trade this here in the prop account today if the setup is good. Broadcom shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 adjusted EPS results and raised its quarterly common stock dividend. Also, Deutsche Bank raised the price target from 190 to 240. Big raise there, $50 on that. Guidance was in line with estimates. We obviously mentioned the div raise. And one of the things that this had, or one of the knock-on effects from this, is going to be that the SMH, the semiconductor ETF, this is popping here as well. It looks like we deleted the gains, we deleted all of the losses for this week, and we're right back to where we were consolidating on Friday of last week. So pretty good technical stuff there on the SMH. The other thing, if we take a look at the daily chart here, that you'll notice is that this does a really good job of holding this 200-day moving average. Now, if I zoom in a little bit closer, you can see we popped up to this 50. So the current price here of SMH, 248.78, the 50-day moving average, 248.77. So we are right there at that moving average. That's definitely a spot. We want to close above. That should actually build some bullish momentum here. The next spot higher that we really want to break on SMH is going to be 260. So I generally don't trade this a whole lot, but I know we talk about semiconductors here, so I figured I might as well cover this. Let's go back to Broadcom, ticker AVGO. If you have a trade on for the binary earnings event, awesome. If it's a long side trade, you won. As far as a new trade here today, I'm not thrilled about chasing a stock that's up 16.7%. Now, I do really want to watch how this plays out here today, because remember, JT and John from yesterday, all they do are give you methods of trading power earnings gaps like this. So I'm going to start examining or keeping a closer eye on some of these stocks when they do gap like this. Big power move here on Broadcom, and that should spell good things for a lot of other stocks. I know Apple's up here in the pre-market, just kind of looking around. Tesla's having a great pre-market, as we would assume. So real good stuff here on Broadcom. I know there are several of you folks that trade this pretty regularly. Robert, if you're out there, I know you're trading Broadcom pretty heavily, but let me know if any of you folks have this or if you like this. Ross saying, I heard you say it was 4 degrees in Chicago the other day. That's wild. LOL. What do you think about Costco earnings? Costco is actually coming up here, Russ. Yes, it was. Yesterday when I did my run, I could only get 3.5 miles in because it was so cold. It was 8.6 degrees when I went on that run. 8.6 degrees. Today, it's 5 right now. 5 degrees right now. We got a high of 24 coming. So, yeah. It's fun. It's December. It's December in Chicago. Okay, Friday the 13th, we'll have 13. I like this here. Friday the 13th, we will have 13 analysis from the financial markets. It's going to be a Michael Myers movie. Hopefully it's not a bloodbath. Hopefully it's not a hack and slash here today. Hopefully we have, some green arrows here. Or at minimum, hopefully it sets up so we can actually get some trades here today. Okay. let's see. Good morning, Hustle and Bustle. I think Avago got 2 upgrades this morning. Indeed, it did. Let's see. Let me go into this. So, okay, there's a lot of things here with Broadcom. Price target. You got a ton of price target raises. So I know I read you the Deutsche Bank one there. Also got a price target raise from Citibank. Got a price target raise. Oh, that was the Deutsche Bank one. Excuse me. KeyBank raised the price target another $50 there. Piper Sandler went up $50. Baird went up only $15 there. Price target raise at Susquehanna, TD Cowen, new buy recommendation from, let's see, who is this from? Truist has a new buy recommendation on Broadcom, so that's nice. Let's see, Broadcom price target. Let's see, was there another one? Evercore maintaining an outperform, raising the price target. So lots of really good news here. Piper maintaining overweight. So lots of really good news here with the analysts. They were saying that, the AI business line is going to accelerate next year. It's going to be great. I think they 60-something% upside. I'd have to actually go find that. But they quoted it here this morning. Just massive, right? Just a really good earnings report. Now, I will say this was expected. All right. I kind of thought, given what we've seen here, especially given the chart, I mean, hell, look at the chart formation. We have a very clear ascending triangle here against a very, very stiff resistance area that we had tested 3 times prior to this earnings report. So I thought as long as the results were going to be good, this thing was going to trade higher here. That's exactly what happened. I understand it was a mixed report there, but the guidance was in line, was pretty good. Div raise, all that other stuff. It actually drove it higher here. So Broadcom should be fun, should actually spill over into some of the other stocks. Let's go ahead and talk about ticker RH, which is Restoration Hardware, and then we'll get to Costco. Restoration Hardware, I got to be honest with you folks, I've never shopped here. I was actually talking with the happy hour group yesterday, and they were mentioning that, for some of these big houses, it costs like $1 million to furnish your house from Restoration Hardware. This is absolutely the upper echelon of the economy. These are the wealthy people shop here, and it really just kind of shows you business is booming for these folks. Top and bottom line miss on Restoration Hardware. Yes, that's not a typo. Top and bottom line miss on Restoration Hardware, but the guidance is really where the news was on this one. It was incredible. The stock's movement post earnings is the basis for a wealth effect theory. Now, a wealth effect is something that we've talked about quite a bit in happy hour. We haven't really talked about it much here. We've had a couple of guests on. We've talked about it a little bit. But basically, wealth effect here is if things are going well, like, for example, when the market is a bull market and everyone's opening up their 401k statements and they have more money every quarter that they do this, that's encouraging. That will help foster the thought of, hey, it's okay to shop. It's maybe okay to upgrade that car, even if interest rates are a little high. It's okay to do that because you feel good about the money coming in. And we're kind of seeing that here with Restoration Hardware. One of the big things that we had discussed, analysts, private equity guys, retail traders, the like, a wealth effect could be occurring in the middle to high income consumer following the election of President Trump. U.S. luxury brands could do well with the Trump administration. That would be things like luxury cars, makeup, clothing, accessories, travel, vacations, and medical procedures. All are potential beneficiaries of such a wealth effect. And we're kind of seeing that here with Restoration Hardware. Now, if we take a look at the chart here with Restoration Hardware, nice. Looks like we really just kind of held this area, this sideways channel that we've been in pretty much since 2022. Looks like we had a nice little move here in the summer of 2023. But for the most part, it's really kind of stayed in this range. Now it looks like we've broken out of that. So we actually took out those highs that we set in August of 2023. And it now looks like we're testing the highs from February of 2022. So this actually looks like a break to a new area here on Restoration Hardware. I will say, I don't trade this stock. In fact, I can't even recall a time where I did trade the stock, maybe even for a scalp. So one of the things that I want to watch here today is just kind of, how does this thing actually trade? I'd like to get a little bit better feel for it, but it might be on deck here today. So real good stuff here with RH. Also worth noting real quick, this is a little hot on the RSI, 71 here are on the RSI. It could keep running for maybe even several weeks now that we've just breached this, but it is worth noting that we just entered overbought territory here today. Okay. You know I was waiting for this, folks. You guys know I was waiting for this. Let's talk about my favorite store, which I am going to visit tomorrow. Just such a fine establishment here. Costco, ticker COST. First of all, look at this chart. This chart is just on screen here. This chart goes back to 2015. And one of the things that I just kind of forced myself to do is, hey, if there's, a day where Costco is really getting pounded, or if after a while it's kind of traded down for a little bit, like, be sure to add on weakness, because over the long run, this stock just continues to trade higher and higher. I mean, look at this movement from left to right here. Just an awesome move here on Costco. The last time I added common shares to this, I added at 731. And that wasn't even all that long ago. And here we are crossing 1,000. We actually were over 1,000 in the after hours yesterday. Jay Rice told us yesterday, remember, this stock normally trades down right after the print, and then shortly after ends up trading back up and going to new highs. So we'll see if that's what we end up getting here with Costco. Q1 earnings, revenue beat, EPS beat, comparable sales up 5.2%, membership fee growth, and more. So a ton of good news there on Costco. Just like Broadcom, we got a bunch of re-ratings here. So price targets raised to 940 from 850 at Barclays. Price here is $991, so we're actually above that price target by a lot. Telsey Advisory Group maintains outperform, went to 1,050 on the price target. TD Cowen went to 1,090 on the price target. Davidson went to 900. Yikes, you might need to adjust that, Davidson. And Wells Fargo went to 1,000 from 950. Evercore ISI went to 1030 from 1020. A little raise there. But pretty much across the board, looking pretty good. And again, we're only up 0.3% here in the pre-market, despite those earnings. But this is what it looked like after hours yesterday. We popped on the initial number. As someone was digging through the report, we actually traded back down a little bit, but we held about even. So this is actually better than kind of what we were expecting. Remember, we talked yesterday with Jay about this really trading down. Well, we didn't really trade down. We're pretty much flat here. It'll be really interesting to see if this runs and crosses the $1,000 mark here again today. That would be awesome. Now, I will say, I kind of knew that this was going to happen. I wish that there was a newsprint in there that Costco's trading higher on the fact that Ryan goes every weekend to Costco to get groceries and all of that. So it is my favorite store. I'm there all the time. And I got to say, the Costco that I go to, the friendliest retail workers I've ever come across in my entire life. Everyone in there is friendly. A lot of them are knowledgeable. And it's my favorite place to get wine. And wine is awesome. It is the drink of the gods. So really, really love Costco. Had a good report. We'll see actually how it trades here today. Okay, let's see if we missed anything here. SN, a sympathy play on cost, question mark. Let's take a look at that. Shark Ninja. So I don't actually follow Shark Ninja, but I like your question. I like what you're thinking here. They sell a lot of Shark Ninja products at Costco, right? These are like the Dyson knockoff vacuums. Maybe knockoff is the wrong word, but they're very similar to Dyson vacuums, wet vacs, the whole 9 yards. I do see a lot of these on sale, especially around the holidays. Maybe that will kind of bode well for SN, but conditionally accepted. I actually don't have experience with this, and I haven't really done any homework or reading, so I don't want to just give you a opinion for the sake of giving you an opinion. If I have one that I feel good about, I'd give it to you, but otherwise, I would just kind of hold it here. I'll tell you what, this daily chart sure looks like this is coiling. So I actually expect a move here on ticker SN in the near future. Will that move be up or down? That I don't know, but I would definitely watch this 50-day moving average. Can we pop above this 102.91? Let's just call it 103. If we do, looks like we've got all-time highs here at 113. Those would be absolutely be in range if we were able to do that. So I like this thought here. These products are often on sale. I do see some of these in the cart. And actually, now that you've mentioned that, when I go tomorrow, I'll try and pay particular attention to see if there are any more of these products, what the discounts like, and if shoppers seem to actually be if shoppers actually seem to be buying it. Tonius, I hope I'm pronouncing. Oh, Tanya, excuse me. I beg your pardon. I'm very sorry. I have 3 of their products I can do without. Okay, interesting. And you know what? I actually don't have any experience with their products. I have a Dyson vacuum that I've had for a long time, and it is awesome. And I, in no universe, would I consider trading down from it. So I don't know how the products actually are. This is pretty good anecdotal stuff there. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Okay. And then let's see. Wine and gems. You got a little metro tendency. LOL. Let me tell you something. Geology is a habit of mine, just kind of like a hobby of mine. I just love it. Right. I just love reading about the earth, science, all of those physical sciences, geology especially. And gemology is like the pretty cousin of geology. So I just found that really fascinating. And like I said, wine is the drink of the gods. And if you haven't tried wine yet, keep trying it. You'll find one that you like. White, red, champagne, whatever. I did see on Squawk Box very, very early this morning, they had a wine segment where they were drinking, taste testing, I should say, some wines very early in the morning. Can't imagine doing that, but I'll be pulling a cork tonight. I'll be sipping on something pretty good tonight. So, okay. Let's talk about Tesla and Archer. We got actually a couple of interesting Tesla things here. Tesla just continues to run. I think this is up just absolute huge move here since the election. We talked about that with JT and John yesterday as well. Tesla here up another 1% here in the pre-market. The news that we got recently, Cathie Wood's ARK Invest dumps another $15.3 million worth of Tesla shares. Now, right there on the surface, that doesn't bother me, right? Cathie's been buying, holding, and trading this for a long time. Tesla just made a huge move to new all-time highs above the key level of 420.69, LOL. So I'm not surprised that she sold a lot of that. I mean, you want to be selling things into their highs. I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that her entire position has been liquidated. It's not as if she has no exposure, but selling into a move higher here, not necessarily a bad thing, right? Kind of prudent on that. Now, what did she do with that money? Well, dumped the Tesla shares to pivot to the flying taxi startup. And of course, we know that Archer is going to be the big Cathie Wood eVTOL. We talk about Archer and Joby all of the time, but Archer is the one that she's been buying and been holding for a long time. You can see we talked about Archer yesterday because we had this huge spike, and we actually had a pretty good trade in the regular session once this thing really put the bottom in. I think it was Izzy and 13. There were a couple of other of you that were really on top of this, really good stuff yesterday. And we're looking for another maybe breakout here today, maybe this 750, 754 area, this pre-market impulse high. I wouldn't be shocked if this trades higher through that still. So Archer definitely on the list for today. We don't have a ton of pre-market volume. Like if we look today at the volume sticks versus what we saw yesterday when we got some of that news, we want to see this creep up here. So I don't necessarily, again, my bias here is that I do kind of think Archer is going to trade higher here, especially if the market holds up like it looks to be doing here in the pre-market. So I would be looking for this to break those pre-market highs and trade higher. We'll see if we get that, but definitely put that on your list. And we'll use volume as one of the keys to kind of track that and see if it's working. So really good stuff there. Let me see. Do you recommend any big trades for the day contracts options since the premiums are so affordable? No, especially not on Friday. Right. So I wouldn't recommend you taking a big trade on the weekend ahead of 2 days where the market is closed, where your options are going to deteriorate. If you're going to trade if you're going to use options to capture some type of movement here today, great. If you're going to, either take a position or add to a position on a Friday ahead of the weekend, just understand what you're doing. I guess it would depend on what the expiry of those. I mean, if this is a contract for next week, you're going to have immediate premium evaporation. So you had better be right there. Taking a big position, no, I definitely wouldn't do that. I would scale into that, frankly. But we'll see. We'll see how today plays out. Paul saying theta kills. Indeed, brother, it does. So that's, one of the things about options, we talk a lot about options. When you decide to trade options, you are voluntarily giving up your greatest asset as an investor. Your greatest asset as an investor is time. If you pick quality companies over time, those companies are going to appreciate, in a lot of cases, pay you dividends and other things to give you money. But when you trade options, you're literally saying, I'm going to give that up. Now you're giving that up for more leverage. So if you're correct, you can really get some juiced gains on this with lower capital at risk. But just understand the dynamic there. And this is exactly why Anne Marie's strategy of using options is so compelling to me, because while we give up time, we're actually using trade structure in order to mitigate some of the other things like the risk and the reward to make it a little bit easier to trade. So that's just as kind of an aside, while we're talking about stuff, contracts decaying and options and so on and so forth. So, okay, I'm talking about buying and selling it for today. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you have a line on something here today, if you, like, for example, Apple's up here in the pre-market, if you think Apple is going to continue to trade higher here today, yeah, I could totally see that. I know a lot of people are really into the 0 DTE, so the contracts that are expiring this week. I'm sure a lot of those are going to be traded. That's not my cup of tea. And I do think that Friday's even more. Yeah, see, Thaiezi saying, Thy essay, I think, saying Friday's very risky. I agree with this. I mean, when I first started trying to trade options, I was enamored by the 0 DTE options too. I was like, you mean I can buy these contracts at 10 cents? And if what I think happens works, I can sell them at $1 or $2. That's huge gains. Doesn't always work like that. Definitely risky. Definitely risky stuff there. So, okay. Tesla, Archer. Let me take a look here at the daily chart. I don't really think I covered the daily chart. Now, we did pull back towards that 20-day. We talked about this yesterday. We didn't really test it, but it sure looks like this did hold. So we'll see where we end up going here today. Again, I expect Archer to be in play here today, and I wouldn't be shocked if this ends up resolving higher here today. For Tesla, though, I don't think I spent enough time here on the Tesla technicals. We continue to get extended here. RSI is definitely a little overcooked here, 75.77. That's on your daily chart. On the weekly chart, 77. You can see we just broke into those clean highs, so that's really good. Same thing here on the monthly. Actually has a little bit more room to go here on the monthly, so maybe we do see a little bit more trading higher here. But this has been on a huge run, and this is extended. So if I do trade Tesla here today, it would be just for intraday. It wouldn't be for holding it over the weekend. Okay. My bags are pumped because of Avago options. You're going to have a good day then, my friend. You are going to have a good day. Okay. The other story here, this is kind of funny, and it involves Tesla. I suppose it involves Elon Musk. There's a battle going on between Elon Musk and the SEC. Quote here, Musk ups SEC feud by posting letter disclosing Neuralink probe. Now, I do have that here, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this and toss it in the chat for you. It's no secret Musk has been battling the SEC for a while. I think they tried to go after him for Twitter. He ended up buying the whole thing. This article here comments how they're going to start, kind of going after him for things. They also talked about going after him for Neuralink by posting a letter, said the agency is investigating his brain-computer interface company, Neuralink. So I don't know what they're going to try to do here. I will say that if you haven't listened to the very first Neuralink patient, he did an interview with Joe Rogan several months ago. You should. It's phenomenal. And it's really kind of insightful into what this means. Now, what's going to happen here with the SEC, I don't really know. What I do know is that Musk is having some fun with this, because yesterday he asked Grok to draw a picture of Gary Gensler, and it was pretty funny. So, producer, if you have that handy here, toss that up on the stream. Oh, let me see if I can do it. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. So ask Grok to draw a picture of Gary Gensler. Very flattering, I think. Looks like, a snail in a suit there. I do kind of see the resemblance. Probably shouldn't say that, but LOL. Thought this was pretty funny. We'll see if this goes anywhere. I don't know if this is going to have any effect on stocks or anything like that, but definitely worth a laugh. And we can enjoy some laughs here on a Friday. That's for sure. A Friday funny, as we called it. So really good stuff there. We'll see where that ends up going. Okay. That pretty much takes care of the top stories here for today. There was one that let me see if I can pull this here real quick. I'm going to go to my X account, and I'm going to actually give you the tweet. Here we go. That was really, really easy. Copy link, and then we're going to go ahead. I'm going to post this tweet here in the chat. I'm also going to try and load it up on the screen so we can talk about it real quick. First of all, Unusual Whales. If for those of you that use FinTwit, if you don't follow Unusual Whales, please follow. This is an awesome account, and there's tons of good information here from this account. Really good stats and everything. Donald Trump's team is exploring ways to significantly reduce, merge, or even eliminate the top bank regulators. Per Wall Street Journal, Trump's advisors and officials from the Department of Government Efficiency inquired about abolishing the Federal Deposit Insurance Company, the FDIC. Now, if you recall, all the way back to Wednesday morning, when we had Tim Melvin on, he told us verbatim, he said verbatim, the upcoming administration is going to be awesome for banking. He made a point saying that the Biden administration was one of the most hostile administrations to banks and bank M&A, and now we're getting the opposite. Now, here, we're starting to see some quotes from the new administration, as well as, quotes about the Department of Government Efficiency, and this pretty much confirms exactly what Tim was saying. So once again, Tim Melvin, one of our really good guests here that we bring on, is absolutely right. And we get a tweet confirming that here. So this will be really, really exciting. Fairchild, would that lead to a bunch of takeovers in small banks? This is exactly what I'm thinking about. Remember, Tim's entire stock strategy when it comes to banks is buying them and holding them and then selling them when they're bought out. Because of this, he wins almost all of the time, or he tells us it's all of the time. Now, the caveat here that I will say is that obviously we're talking about holding stocks for an undisclosed period of time, right? Like you might have to hold a stock for a couple of years. That's often why when he comes on here, he says, buy some of this, put it in the back of your portfolio and forget about it until the action happens. And so the time horizon here is a little bit longer than I know what we do on a regular basis. I know we're always kind of looking for quick trades and all of that stuff. So this is a little bit different, but I will say I think it's smart. I think having positions in your portfolio, long-term, medium-term, and short-term is the way to go. Banks, especially ones that pay dividends, are extremely easy to hold on to. And if we enter a setting here where all of a sudden these banks are getting taken over, I'm telling you, for those of you that have not experienced this yet, this is going to be a good experience for you. When you hold something, whatever it is, whatever stock it is, whatever price it is, however many shares you have, when you sit down at your terminal in the morning and you open up your broker and one of your stocks is up 30% because another company is buying it out at a 30% premium, those are good days. Like the entire day is good. It's going to make your day really good. And if we see a lot of that, that's going to be great. Trump says a lot of things. He doesn't always do them. I'm still waiting for that wall. LOL. The wall was under construction. I'm expecting that to get finished. But here's the thing about that, James. We actually have a precedent for this because the bank merger and acquisition business was better during his first term. We expect that to kick back up here again. Now, point made. We're not going to celebrate. We're not going to pop champagne until the trade is over. We're not going to do any early celebrations here, but we are going to try to prepare, and I'm going to try to keep you as prepared as possible. I love Tim Melvin as a guest. A lot of his picks have made me a considerable amount of money, and I want to share that with you folks. This is one of the things that he's big on, so let's keep an eye on this. Okay. That's that. Let's see. I'm going to get rid of this. Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, so we've got some news here. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Appreciate you, producer. Taiwan Semiconductor up about 2.8% here. Taiwan Semiconductor shares are trading higher. The stock may be trading up amid a sentiment from International Data Corps, IDC, that the company will command a 67% foundry market share position by 2025. I think this surprises absolutely nobody. We kind of expect that from TSM. In fact, not long ago, we got news that TSM tried to start producing some of the AI 2-nanometer chips in the Arizona fab that they have here now, which is great, right? We also got news, speaking of TSM in Taiwan, we also got news that the Taiwanese government saw Chinese battleships surrounding Taiwan. So stuff's heating up over there. If they start producing more and more chips and increase the output in the fab in Arizona, that would be awesome. That would be awesome for everybody and for these other companies like NVIDIA, Broadcom. I know Apple said they might be moving away from that chip and making their own chips. We'll see. But really, really good stuff. This news here, this is also, I don't want to say it's, I don't really think it's surprising, right? We would have guessed this here for Taiwan Semiconductor. Now, looking at the chart here, we're plus 5 points from where we were yesterday. Up 544 from the close. That's just shy of 3%. We'll see if we get a run here on TSM. If we back out a little bit here, you can see this is just regular old stock movement, right? Had a nice little impulse move right up to this level, this 205 level, which really seems to kind of be an area. Have that other high here at 212. We'll see if we end up trading back up there, but pretty good stuff here for TSM this morning. Okay, draining the dirty swamp. Oh God, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We'll see how that goes. Okay, now let's see what else. We had economic events. And then I guess let's take an earnings outlook for next week. Since we really don't have a whole lot here, we covered some of the earnings from yesterday, at least the big ones with Broadcom, Costco, and Restoration Hardware. But let's take a look ahead for next week as well. Perhaps we want to prepare for some of these positions. Micron and Lennar are going to go on Wednesday. These are going to be Wednesday after hours, so we do have some time here. Now, the last time that we were talking about Micron, we really wanted to see if this could cross the 50-day, and I actually developed a hypothetical trade. Was this the day that we lost audio? I think this was the day where you guys couldn't hear us until we went through that whole debacle. In any case, though, I'm still looking for something like this. I'm still looking for Micron to trade above the 50-day and then stop at the 200-day. Now, I'm not going to front run this trade. I'm not going to enter this trade until I actually get the signal. Thus far, we haven't got the signal. You can see the price looks like it's kind of flirting with these two moving averages that are fairly aligned. That's going to be your 20-day and your 100-day, which really seem to be along the same pitch. So we'll see here on Micron. These earnings are scheduled for Wednesday after the close, Wednesday, December 18th. So we'll see which way we go. If we do report poor earnings, I could absolutely see this kind of falling out and maybe making a run towards that 500. If we look back here, the 500 would be good. We get anywhere near that 500, it's probably worth a long side swing. One of the other stocks that we mentioned there is going to be Lennar. Okay, now Lennar's been real tough so far. We broke the 200-day. This thing's really been moving away from the 200-day. This thing frankly has been a short. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if this traded down to 138. That actually lines up pretty well, pretty close, only 2 points away from the July lows that we bounced from. So again, we've seen some of these stocks move down. Lennar moving down here again. They report earnings. We'll see what they report next week. And then looking ahead again, we have Accenture. And you know what? Maybe we should ask Anne-Marie about these because we could set up some earnings trades. I'll keep that under my hat. I still want to know from you folks if there are trades that you want to see out there. But we could always default to some of these earnings plays for next week. Anyway, Accenture, this is also going to report. This is going to be Thursday before the market closes, or before the market opens, I beg your pardon. So you're going to have to be positioned for this on Wednesday. Here's what we've seen recently in Accenture. Seen some pretty decent moves, right? Big push, big pullback, pretty much deleted the entire move up, and now we're going back towards those highs. We'll see what this earnings report does. We've, again, kind of been coiling here. It looks like it really wants to break or try to go in one direction. We'll see if the earnings is going to be the catalyst for that. Again, this is Thursday before the market opens. After the market closes on Thursday, we got Nike. I think that there are some Nike traders in here. Florida Yacht Insurance guy. Good morning. I have a question I want to ask you. So let me roll through these here real quick. Let me ask you that. Glad you're here. Good morning. Okay, Nike, they're going to report earnings here. My gut feeling on this is that this trades back down. I'm still kind of waiting for this to really test this support down here, $70, $71. I'm definitely not interested in longing this until it can prove that we're going to hold this level. I'm not a sneakerhead myself. I buy shoes so that I can exercise and run and work out. I don't necessarily buy collectible shoes and all of that stuff, and I'm not a sneakerhead. But I do know several sneakerheads, several of which are in the happy hour, and they don't really have good things to say about Nike. So I would also say that until that sentiment shifts, I don't really know how well this is going to do. But those earnings are coming. That's going to be Thursday after the close. And during that same period, we also have FedEx reporting earnings. This one a little bit more interesting to me, right? These shippers or these shipping logistic companies often tell us how good the economy is doing. This stock really pulled back. It's right around its 50-day, a little bit above its 200-day. I would think if the report is good or really not even terrible here, if they have any good news, I could actually see this trading higher and maybe making a run towards 300. So I don't have any trades set up for this yet. We'll assess that next week. Remember, these earnings really don't start till Wednesday, so we're going to have time next week to start that up, and we'll see if we get anything on that. And then CCL is going to report earnings Friday morning before the open. The one thing to note here, we have seen some strength here with some of the travel stocks. Remember, we talked about the wealth effect earlier, which we're clearly seeing in the restoration hardware earnings. Wealthy customers are still spending on things, still traveling, travel, vacations, experiences. These are all things that we would see or expect with a positive wealth effect. Carnival might help tell us whether or not that's happening. Again, those earnings Friday, a week from today, right now, before the market opens. Okay. Conditionally accepted says not a Nike fan for now. That seems to be the consensus when we talk to people about that. Anyone have Birk shoes? I used to wear Birkenstocks when I was in high school and college. Oh man, those were my favorite. Don't so much wear them now. But I've had my fair share of Birkenstocks. Mike, it's great to see you this morning. Welcome. Pablo, yes, we can absolutely take a look at Cell H. That's Celsius. That actually seems like a pretty good tax law spy because that was hammered here. We'll take a look at that as well. Florida Yacht Insurance Guy. We were talking about the wealth effect yesterday in the happy hour. That's where we were watching the restoration hardware earnings, and we were having discussions about what this could mean, where some of the other money could go, what other stocks might be possible to pop and move, and so on and so forth. And when we started discussing this wealth effect, one of the things we thought about were going to be boats. And someone, one of the gentlemen in happy hour was like, we need to ask that yacht guy from the morning session about how yacht sales are doing. What do you see in your line of work? You're obviously, if you're insuring yachts, you're obviously dealing with an affluent customer. Are you seeing more business? Do you have a line on boat sales, whether they're yachts or other types of boats? Do you know how well that market's doing? I would imagine that if you're insuring more, there's more people buying or upgrading. So these are the kind of things that I wanted to ask you. What is what in your line of work, what does it look like to you? What's your gut feeling? Are things good? Are you seeing more money being spent, et cetera, et cetera? 13. How are you in the chat and then not in here? That's what I got to know. But yes, one of the gentlemen. Look, I didn't want to say the dude. We're not referring to the Big Lebowski here, right? So one of the gentlemen. Florida Yacht Insurance Guy, appreciate this. It's very steady. Insurance costs have risen a lot. Interesting. We actually talked about that too. Insurance costs being raised on like condo and houses in Florida, like the Miami area, are actually driving people out of that area. Unsurprised to see the same thing here with some of the yachts. I see more being spent. This is exactly, okay, so this is the summary that I was looking for. You see more money being spent. I'm steadily busy, so more towards the used market. Okay, more so towards the used market. Okay, that's really good stuff. That's really good context. That's exactly what I was looking for. You know what I'm going to do here, just to make sure I don't have my goldfish memory rue the day, we're going to go ahead and screenshot the chat here, and I will deliver that message to the gentleman. that was asking that. So appreciate you, Florida Yacht Insurance guy. Really, really good stuff. And that's just a reminder to everyone else out there. If you work in, whatever line of work that you work in, if you're able to kind of notice things and take them away from your professional career and then apply them to the market, I really think you're doing a good job. Remember, we've asked Carmen a number of times about how small she owns, I think, several small business retail stores. We've asked her about business. We've compared that to some of the bigger stores that we've seen just to see where some of the differences are. So there's always information that can be gleaned. Always keep your head on a swivel and think about the information that you're getting. A really good example of this, not to digress too much here, but a really good example of this, the former analyst in our happy hour program often says, one of the things that you can do when you're doing your grocery shopping, pick up some of the products, especially the products that are on sale, and see when the expiry date was or when the date best used by was, and see, what products do they have that have been sitting around for a long time. Those are generally going to be some of your laggards. So just little things like that. It's amazing how much information you can glean from just little things like that. So this is really interesting stuff. Okay. Oh, let's see. Did I miss anything? I love how active you. I'll tell you what. I know it's early in the morning, but you guys are all out here ready to go. Okay, and then you guys were asking about RCAT. Let me add that to the list. That's another drone stock. I know we're getting drone news here with the Iranian drones off the coast of New Jersey. The FBI is not saying anything. Actually, I was watching CNBC this morning. Even Becky was like, "There's no answer that the authorities." I think maybe I shouldn't specify the FBI. I apologize, but the authorities, the people in charge, there's been nothing that they've said that has been comforting or helpful. Like, it's just tell us what it is. Be honest. Well, I won't hold my breath for that. Okay. It is 8:45. It's time for the one and only 13. Let's go ahead and bring him on. 13, how are you doing here today? You're muted. If you're trying to talk, you're muted. Still muted. Wait a sec. You have a Grinch Santa hat on. He has a Grinch Santa hat on. Okay. It's not just me, right? Nobody else can hear him. You guys can hear me, obviously. All good, but can't hear 13. 13, just start shouting. Just start shouting when you get it figured out. I know. There it is. I hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Every time I come into this stream, I have to change settings. So.
Yeah, that's it. You know what? Let's ask the producer about that. Let's ask Aaron about that. Robert, Robert, nah, it's 7:47. So it is 7:47. I'm also in the Chicagoland area, so I'm in the central time zone. But I will say, and this is just kind of a blanket statement, when you hear me quoting a time on this stream, I will be quoting Eastern time unless otherwise specified. The market runs on Eastern time. We're here for the market. You're going to hear, whenever I give times, you're going to hear me give it in Eastern. And if I, for whatever reason, have to give you a time in a different time zone, I will specify. If you're ever unsure, check. But as a general rule of thumb, if I'm giving you a time, it is Eastern time. So I look at my clock, it says 7:45. I'm going to tell you it's 8:45 because we run on Eastern time around these parts. Okay. So 13, I got to ask you here real quick before we dive back into the market here. Is there a story behind the Grinch hat that the chat needs to get here?
No.
Okay.
No,
you're gonna give me something more than that, boss.
I just saw it in my closet, and I was like, well, we are in that month. I may as well just put it on.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I thought it'd be funny for a goof. Let's get back to trading.
No. 13. Here, this is where I'm going with that. I'm extremely impressed with this for one reason.
What's that?
Inopportune time to take a sip of tea there. I apologize. I was working with the producer this morning, 6 a.m. by the way. And we decided, you know what? It's a Friday fun day, and the news flow was kind of light here today. Yeah. So one of the things that I broke down earlier is this story, and actually I'll go ahead and give you the article link just in case you did not see this. One of the stories that we covered here was Musk's feud with the SEC. Let me slack this to you here. Sorry about that. Musk's feud with the SEC. I don't know if you saw this, but he asked Grok to draw a picture of Gary Gensler. Producer, can we throw that on the screen here for 13, just in case he hasn't seen that? There it is. So what do you think about it? So we decided, you know what, we're going to cover this as a piece of news here today because it's a Friday fun day. So the fact that then you showed up without any of this being discussed in a Grinch hat just proves that Friday fun day is a real thing, and we out here looking to have some fun.
Oh yes, I mean, what is he implying, that he's a slug?
Yeah, it's a snail, I believe, is what the prompt was for. So yeah, looks like just snail that kind of looks like Gary Gensler. I will say the resemblance is there a little bit. Just throwing that out there.
I look like a Taliban?
No, not you.
That's
Did
what
someone
Harry
say that?
said.
13 looks like a Taliban on this attire. Wow. I don't know what you
Christmas
did.
Taliban.
I don't know what you did to upset Harry,
yeah,
but that's not a compliment. There's no way to take that as a compliment.
That's fine. I'll just laugh at it and move on.
Okay, cool. Despite that, good morning, Harry. Welcome. Okay, it is Friday the 13th, so we'll just go with that. We'll just go with that. All right. What do you want to do? Where do you want to start stock wise? I know we're kind of goofing around here. Where do you want to start with the stocks?
You know, I was looking at the movers list, and it's kind of a weird list today.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Do have some things that are moving that's a little bit new to us. Seen some things on here I didn't expect to see again. And then we have a whole bunch of other stuff that, they had earnings, but then there's other things that I don't even know why they're up here. We can start with Loop. That was one of the first ones I took a look at.
Loop?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. I like David's angle here. It's the green lucky hat to go with the green lucky shirt for Friday the 13th.
There we go.
There we go. That's money. That's money in the bank right there, David. Giddy up. All right, let's start here with Loop, ticker LOOP. Stock, come on, Restoration Hardware. Stock is up 41.5% here at $1.74. We're actually just beneath the VWAP here. I didn't break this down. What do you got here, 13?
Yeah, so this one had a convertible preferred financing with Reed Associate General Group, and they also issued their first technology license for an infinite loop manufacturing facility in Europe. So that's what it's moving on. That was news that came out late last night. The company has a float of just under 19.5 million shares. They did have some short interest there, only 3.5%, but the days to cover was larger than that. So that was a little bit interesting. Now, I did look at their balance sheet, and it looks like, of course, they do need cash. But then I just mentioned how they just completed financing. So don't think they'll be needing that anymore. But that's all that it's moving on right now. As far as levels go, I haven't even taken a look at that yet to see what we got. But we are beneath VWAP. So that'll be one of the first things we need to clear. In order for some more upside. But it appears that this morning we have been coming up to some resistance just over $2. Call it 205. Seems to be a big area where there's a lot of sellers at. The high of the pre-market is 208. So those are going to be some targets to go for if we recapture VWAP. Matt D is looking like it does want to take the price back over VWAP. Okay. So if we get that, we might see a little bit of price action going into the open. Maybe ahead of the open, we could try and take out that 208. So we'll wait and see. First things first, we capture that VWAP.
Okay. Real good stuff here on Loop. I think I agree with all of those levels. I would just add 160, clearly a downside level if we do break down, but spot on across the board there. Really good stuff on Loop. Okay. Next here, we'll do VSIG. This is one that also we've talked about recently at the happy hour. We've totally have an understanding that this thing is junky.
Yep.
But it is moving here. I did notice this when I sat down. I looked here. Okay, so we do finally have some news. This was not printed here when I sat down. So VSIG or VCI Global, targets 200 million revenue with 100 milliwatts of solar photovoltaic projects in Southeast Asia and Europe. Okay, what do you make of that?
Well, I think I don't want to touch this, and the reason why is because we were waiting for the big move to happen to take profits, get out, and be done. That happened late last month. I don't want to touch this again because we are right back where we were before it did the movement we were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to have that same setup, I believe, because we don't have the same folks that were trying to build a position in this, looking to create that liquidity. It's I don't think it's there anymore. So this wouldn't be a touch for me. I think if there is trades, it's up to you. If you want to try and go for that, that's it's your account. I don't want to tell you what to do, but I don't think that there's going to be a whole lot here. It could be one of those situations where it just maybe pops and then just leaks throughout the day. I don't think there's going to be anything here for me. So it's up to you guys if you want to trade that.
Okay. I'm with you on this. I'm with you on VSIG. This was a recent reverse splitter. I actually did trade it for the reverse split and somehow managed to walk away with some profit on that. I'm not going to trade this. I do think we have some better setups here. Not a stock that I trust. So, okay, really good breakdown there. We're just going to skip ahead to another stock here that David is mentioning. We'll give the flowers out to the group here and also discuss part of our process, why we break some of these stocks down the way that we do. So David here is saying cattle. I think when it ran the other day, 13 said that they would need to raise some money. And today, here it is. Indeed, you are 100% correct. We did say that when it ran last. And this is also why when we're covering these movers, like when I ask 13, hey, what do you think about it here? When I say, let's go around the horn and look at some of the stuff on the stock or some of the stats on the stock. Yep. This is why we focus on that, right? We're able to tell by looking at its financial statements what type of cash position the company is in. And the reality is if they're trying to do something, whether it's a trial for a biotech or a therapeutic company here like cattle, or trying to acquire another piece of property or a machine or something like that, you need money to do this. And if you don't have it, what you're going to have to do is raise money. And so 13 is looking at the data that we have. We're using Benzinga Pro to do that. It has all of the data in one spot, so we don't have to waste time tracking shit down. And we're able to come up with a educated forecast on what's going to happen in the future. So 13 looks like you called this one perfectly.
I had no idea when exactly they were going to do their cash.
We never do. That's the point. We never know exactly when they're going to do that, but we're going to try to prepare people for it.
And I think a better one to look at is when we traded, I think yesterday, because yesterday we had PALI, and I said they had about 1 to 2 quarters cash, and that's not enough. They ended up doing an offering intraday. Look, you see the drop right there.
Right here. Right here.
Offering. Mm-hmm.
Another great example here. Another great example.
That's one of the reasons why I say once we're done with this show, trade how you want, but understand that there's going to be upcoming risks. The volume's going to be dropping. We have the lunch hour. Things just they just don't really trade as well. Getting into the later hour of the morning and in the middle of the afternoon until we get power hour. Power hour is really when the volume starts to come back. So. It's things like this that I just really want to point out to make sure that we're protecting ourselves and understand the risk when we're trading these things. These are not things to just hold on to. These are things to be in and out and say thank you and move on.
Very, very well said, 13. And again, I just want to emphasize this is why we do this. This is why we do this, especially on some of these smaller stocks. Like, for example, if we're breaking down the news on Tesla, we know that company's got money, or Apple or Amazon or some of these bigger companies. We know that they're probably not going to have to do an offering. But some of these smaller companies, we're going to try and look ahead, right? And forecast what are the possibilities. Let's plan for what's possible and then react to what we actually see. And again, I'm going to keep pounding it home. Wouldn't be able to do this as quickly or as easily without Benzinga Pro, our go-to tool here.
Can I hit Diamond Hotline's question real quick?
Yes.
He's asking if I see any resistance between the 174 to $2 area on Loop. The first is going to be the VWAP. That's the very first one. Now, it might not be the same as I have. I have that currently at 181. I know Ryan's is a little bit different, but I
got it at 182.
Okay, well, there we go. So that's going to be the first one for me. That's the VWAP is a very, very important indicator. And usually when we're beneath it, that's we're a little bit more bearish, and we're above it, we're a little bit more bullish. So in order to get more bullish, of course, we need to get above that VWAP. VWAP is going to be resistance until it turns support when we're above it. That's going to be number one. Number two, I could see there's some resistance around the 195 area, but I'm more interested in the 2 to 205 area. because that's where we were topping out in the pre-market. So very first level of resistance is going to be your VWAP.
Yeah, I would agree with you wholeheartedly on there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. I did want to go to producer. If you could throw that Affirm breaking news up there, we'll cover this. This looks like that was just happening here. Affirm popping here in the pre-market on volume. Affirm shares trading higher after the company announced a long-term capital partnership with Sixth Street to invest up to $4 billion in Affirm loans. So this is definitely good news here. The market is obviously rewarding this. I tell you what, the buy now, pay later theme has really been popping recently. We're seeing more of that here on Affirm. So pretty good.
They're gonna purchase Affirm loans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I screw that
up? No.
It's
just the headlines. They read. There's different kinds of headlines coming out. Invest and then purchase. So I kind of look at those words a little bit differently, but anyway, I'm just kind of, splitting hairs, I think.
Yeah, this is definitely a positive. Stock up 6% here. Let's take a look at the, actually, I'm going to go to my bigger daily chart here and we'll bring up Affirm and we'll see what we can see. All right. So this pop here, interesting. This pop right back to the recent highs. These are actually the recent highs that we started to roll over from. We came in, we tested that 20, and now it looks like we're trying to go higher. Let's get an exact value here. It looks like that high there, 72.82. We're currently at 72.66. So that is going to be one of the levels to watch here today. See if we can end up popping above it. Looks like this area that we're at also coincides to a previous resistance area. And actually, it looks like we have another key level above that here, about 84.5.
We are in a consolidation range here. I don't know how long I've had this rectangle on my chart, but we if you go to a daily, you can look to your left and see that we're in the same consolidation we were in back in May and June of 2021. This is an area I've marked off where it could be there could be some resistance. We're chewing through it right now. So that's good, but in order to break out completely out of this, we need to get up and over 79. You see that what I'm talking about there?
I don't have candlesticks back to 2021. No, man, I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but no, but I mean, I'm sure. Like, I'm not even. I guess I could try to refresh here and see if we get some more of those candles there. But I'm sure that you're correct in those consolidation areas. Yep. I don't know, for whatever reason, I'm not loading back. Well, I guess no, this was 2021. It was the end of 2020. Was
December. I got a little bit more than that. I got all the way to January 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, looks pretty good on Affirm here. Brian saying it's on every site I visit now, and it's not just Affirm. Indeed, you probably also see those Klarna buttons, Brian. And remember, Klarna is setting up to do an IPO here pretty soon. Okay, and yeah, Big B's saying this piece of news here, this investment takes debt off their books, which is why the market is pushing this thing higher by 5%. 5% plus. Okay, we can go back to the movers here real quick, and let's keep working on that. So here is Wheeler. This is WHLR is your ticker. This is Wheeler Real Estate Investment Trust. Yesterday, we had a pop in the pre-market. Then we had a pop in the regular session on really good volume that did provide a trade. Actually ripped us through the VWAP. Now, here we go in the pre-market. We're actually getting another pop on volume. The interesting thing here is that this pop, not as high in price, but much, much higher in volume. This is Wheeler Real Estate. Let's see if there was accompanying news with this. I don't see any. Yeah, we just this 13D, this active stake was from Monday, December 9th. 13. You got a line on this?
I didn't cover this one, but usually what we get out of these tends to be, some kind of a squeeze or, it's some other catalyst that we just don't have on our news feed here. Maybe it's a low RSI. Let's take a look and see if that's the case. It's not the right one. Okay, so that would probably be it, low RSI, because if you look at where we were at yesterday, and then also in addition to that, we have a large volume stick here from yesterday. So this could also be relative volume.
Okay. Maybe
See
we'll
that
get
there?
that then. If that's the case, we definitely want to watch this, 686 level, the yesterday's intraday high. If we make it back up there, obviously we're going to keep an eye on VWAP, which we're beneath right now.
Yeah.
I'd also take a look at 6.
You look at the daily chart, you can see that it's been, just leaking down for,
Yeah.
matter of weeks. And then all of a sudden you out of nowhere, you have this huge volume spike that was yesterday. I'm pretty sure this is like a low RSI relative volume bounce.
Okay. Real good stuff there on Wheeler. Okay, that's Loop, Wheeler, VSIG. APMG is going to be the next one here. We already covered Broadcom. Then we'll do UAMI as well. That's the antimony play. So here's APMG. We've been talking about this one pretty much all week. Looks like Wednesday and Thursday, this thing was making moves in the pre-market, after hours, and regular session. Here we go, popping again here in the pre-market, doing a pretty good job building above VWAP here, and we're doing this on volume. If I take a look here, we didn't really have any fresh news here this morning. I guess this Form 8. You got anything on this? I didn't go through any of these.
I don't like the way the
an
daily
offering yesterday.
I don't like the way the daily chart looks. Every time that this has it's been moving up over the past 2 or 3 days, and every time it's done that, it's really just not been able to hold its or anywhere near its highs. It's come right back in, almost closed, flat. That could end up doing the same thing today. We might get a pop and then come right back in, or this just may sell right off. The RSI is super extended. We're having over
87,
over 87 on the daily RSI. I would be very cautious with this one. Let's not get ourselves hurt. We can see from the technicals that this is pretty extended. Now, there are trades to be made on the way down. There could be some bounces, but just understand the risk here that this thing is very, very overcooked.
Yeah. The good news here is that the offering is out of the way, right? They just did that yesterday. So I don't think we're going to get another one here today. Okay. Next here is going to be UAMI. It looks like someone was asking about this in the chat, or let me see if I can find that. Sizzled. Yeah, Sizzled was an amazing pick. That was given out by Tim Melvin. That made a ton of money for the chat members here.
Which one did?
SEZL.
Oh, yeah. That was a good one. Sizzling for sure. What about you, Amy? What about it? I mean, this thing is this is all predicated on the China exports controls. Basically banning the United States from receiving some of the critical supply materials that they need for semiconductors and other electronics. So that would be antimony, gallium, germanium, a couple others that I can't really recall off the top of my head, but they're all very important to the semiconductor space. So the reason why this is going is because UAMI is United States antimony, and they are going to be working with, I can't remember the name, but it's in the news feed. They are going to be working with Perpetua Resources to improve United States supply chains of antimony and other critical materials. So this is looking like it's going to be not only a great partnership, but this is going to be a very important company for the United States going forward. You can see from Wednesday, there's been some pretty big insider buying. So even the folks that are running the company know this is about to really get good. Might not be even done with United States antimony yet, but this is also running quite a bit. It looks like it's trying to continue to push beyond the highs that it made earlier this week on Monday, when it was over $2. So we might get a break over that 220 area that it came up to earlier this week. That would be something to watch for. But once it does that, that might be something you want to sell into, because it would be definitely really, really overextended at that point.
Okay. There you go. UAMI. All right. I think that is most of the big movers here. We can take a look at some other charts that folks wanted to take a look at. Real quickly here, let me get in here. Diamond Hotline, you were asking about lead. I'll tell you what, Diamond, you might need to set your alarm clock for like 30 minutes earlier, because I actually covered Lennar before you got here. We're not ignoring you, but when you ask about things that we've already covered, we're going to save that for a little bit later here. Your question was levels here on Lennar. we've really kind of broken a lot of them recently. The big level for me is going to be the 140 area, because the 140 was a previous support area that we actually bounced quite nicely off of. And now that 140 area is lining up with the 500 day. And I think that the next move here is going to be the 500 day. We actually recently lost the 200 day here. We continue to trade down. We're not quite at oversold territory yet here on the RSI. But I do think here 150 and 140 probably your next key levels to the downside. Obviously to the upside 160 and then 167, which is that 200 day.
Yeah, I do like I even numbers are great here with this chart. I like 150 and then 140. That's where I think we're definitely headed with this. You can even draw a trend line starting from October of 2023 and drawing it through the lows of July of this year and keep that going. You'd see we have broken this trend line. So that's pretty bearish to me. I think that we continue to move down. We're going to get a death cross here probably later this month. Especially if we continue to go lower, it's going to happen much sooner than that. So this may end up, going much lower over a longer period of time. But we will get some bounces, and a bounce might be coming pretty soon. If you look at the RSI, we're down to 31. So I would expect that, we were just talking about 150 and 140. I would expect that if we do come down pretty quickly enough to 150, we might get a bounce there and try to trade back up. But ultimately, it's just going to roll over and go lower, in my opinion. So watch for somewhere between here and 150 for a bounce. That could be coming pretty soon based on the RSI.
Okay, and based on Lennar being a home builder, we might as well talk here about DHI too, which Jay is mentioning here in the chat. This is going to be DR Horton here. This also rolling over. Look how similar this chart looks to the Lennar chart that we were just looking at. DHI here caught a downgrade this morning. Let's see, JP Morgan downgrading DR Horton to underweight, lowering the price target to 156. Now the price is currently at 149.50, so actually beneath that price target here. But Jay's absolutely right. The downgrade here from JP Morgan clearly driving the stock downward. We're down 1.3% here in the pre-market, and very much like we just talked about on Lennar, some of these support areas, let's call them the July lows, lines up pretty good with the 500. We recently snapped to 200. Let me try your same trend line here, 13. Yeah. I bet this thing works the same, doesn't it? Yes, sir, it does. So another trend break to the downside here. Home builders look to be moving in, kind of moving together here. Remember, we actually asked Matt Maley about this. He talked about Toll being one. Toll lost its 100-day, is beelining to the 200-day. We'll see what happens here at 134. Want to wait and see if that holds here. But all of these things doing the same thing. All of these charts moving the exact same way.
Oh, that's some really good information here from Conditionally Accepted. Whereabouts in Texas are you seeing new subdivision homes not selling? I'm curious. But that's, if you're seeing that, I love the boots on the ground information. As far as these home builder charts go, I think that we've got some pretty clear indicators that there's more potential downside coming. I would agree. What you'd want to see with these, because they've been doing this, for the past year, is they do lose their VWAPs and then they recapture them pretty quickly. That's going to need to happen much sooner. It has to happen like now with some of these, because they are, beneath their 200s for a much longer period of time. And if they don't start recapturing those, there's definitely going to be some more downside. But I think we're already kind of seeing that right now. So 150 to 40, that's looking like where there could be, bounces, but ultimately more downside.
Okay, he answered your question here. He said the Dallas Austin area.
Okay. Austin, especially, because that was like one of the big markets.
Interesting to note. I actually not for sure yet, but I might be in Austin later this month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we'll see for the college football playoff game between Clemson and Texas, which is in Austin. Nothing for sure yet. We're investigating the possibility here. I'll update you.
Yeah, give me an update, because I have a place to stay out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll talk to you about it.
Yeah, that's sick. Okay. We'll do that here later today. This Friday is shaping up to be a good one, folks. Brian here also mentioning North Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Yeah,
I saw that. Thank you so very much for the information, guys.
Okay. Awesome stuff there. All right. So that takes care of some of the charts here. Let's see. Let me scroll back up here and see if I missed anything.
I did want to mention that there was one that was moving that we might get asked about. That's WAVS. That's a SPAC. That's a SPAC. This is something I wouldn't really.
Wait, Waves?
Yeah.
WAVS, not Waves with the E.
Yeah. WAVS.
WAVS. Yep.
This is a SPAC. This generally hangs around the $10 area. It moved up for I don't know what reason, but typically what these move up on are news of that they found a target to acquire. So that's how these can sometimes move. But generally, after the news breaks, they just end up coming right back in. Sometimes going lower for nominalizing around 10 until when the deal does go through. If they do acquire a company, these are going to end up going a hell of a lot lower. Sometimes down beneath $1. So this is not going to be a long. This might not even be a trade today, and it's only up. And I don't think there's enough volume in this to begin with. So just wanted to put that out there in case we get asked about it. This is probably going to be a no touch for today.
Okay. Real good stuff. Okay. Just going to roll through some of the other stocks that I had here on the list. We do have 16 minutes, so we should be able to make it through all of them. You guys had mentioned RCAT. Really, just a little preview here. We're going to look at RCAT. We're going to look at Celsius, CellH. Someone wanted to look at that earlier. And then we'll also take a quick peek at Service Titan, ticker TTAN, the IPO from yesterday. Kind of not a whole lot of action there, despite the 30% pop or the 40% pop, whatever it was that they claimed on CNBC. Nonetheless, here's RCAT. So I'm just going to start off with the most interesting thing that we've got here. We had, I think it was Stay Focused actually had mentioned that in happy hour, guys, I've been shorting drones for a week here. These drone plays that we've seen, they've been awesome. And it's definitely the infancy. There's going to be more here. But when you get big impulse moves like this, a lot of the times you get corrective pullbacks. That's exactly what we're seeing here on RCAT. So shout out to anybody who was able to capture that. RCAT here, it looks like we did recently just break the 20-day. Although we didn't really break down, we just kind of traded beneath it. And given the recent run that it's had, that's not terrible. Looking at the RSI here, 51.58. Of course, RCAT does report its earnings on Monday after the market closes. So keep your eye out for that. That's 3 days away after the market closes here. 13, did you have any thought on RCAT? I don't think we've traded this one recently, but
just the only thing that really is kind of weird to me, not that RCAT and a lot of these other drone plays shouldn't be cooling off because of how much they've run, but the top kind of came in right around the time that these mysterious New Jersey drones started showing up. I'm wondering if that might have been something, not completely or materially, but just a little piece of why we're selling off. There might be some fear there, but I think that as long as these New Jersey drone or these mysterious drones continue to go underreported or continue to have that concern, it might keep the whole theme relevant for longer. So one of the things we're going to need to see here is some basing in these names. And I don't think we've quite seen that yet with RCAT. We just lost a 20-day SMA. A good thing for this stock would be for a recapture of that moving average. But for me, I think we're going to need to wait and see if there's going to be some actual basing. We might get that in the lead up to earnings, which is on Monday.
Okay. So real good stuff there. Conditionally accepted. Is this the Israeli drone company? No, that's MOB, as Jay Rice said, and ONDS. Thinking about it here, RCAT 100% rev guide increase will be announced on the call. And also the quarter, what did you have? The guidance quarter over quarter will increase by 100%. That should be good news here for RCAT. We'll see.
Yeah. And, Dom, I agree. It seems like it's hysteria at the point. And I think that it's also kind of affecting some of these drone plays just a little bit, though.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
I'm afraid to fly my drone now. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get my drone shot down or whatever's going on there. I'm with you on that one. Okay, good stuff there on RCAT. Brian, my favorite football game to prepare for is the Army-Navy game. Just like Tim Melvin, right? Just like Tim Melvin was just saying that so many hilarious insults said on social media prior to the game.
Yeah, but Tim Melvin was go Navy and he's go Army, so I love it.
You know what, Brian, hopefully you make it back for the pre-market on Wednesday when we have Tim back, depending on the outcome of that game. That could be fun. That could be fun. Obviously, if you've watched Grantham, he likes to say, we're going to go tip to butt, just like the Navy guys like. So there's a lot of insults flying around here. Should be a good game, though. As Tim Melvin says, this is the only college football game that matters. So, okay. Hide this message. All right, let's take a look. Cell H is the next one here. This is Celsius Holdings. The big thing here is that it does look like the bottom has been put in here. The other thing about Celsius, as mentioned earlier, this is a pretty good tax loss buy candidate going into early next year. So the stock's really been beaten up this year, at least since May, since the end of the spring here, beginning of the summer. Stock really got pounded, okay? Cut down quite a bit here. Maybe we are starting to see some investors pile in here. I know several of our happy hour members were looking at this as a potential tax loss buy. Here we go. It does look like the bottom's confirmed. We're about to try to challenge that 100-day moving average at 33.83. Honestly, I have no position in this. I'm not a big fan of the energy drink theme at all. But I do like this as a potential tax loss buy play. 13, do you have anything here on Cell H chart-wise or anything else?
Oh, well, let's see. I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm not big into the energy drinks unless it starts with C and ends with an offie. Yeah. But let's see here. $30 I have as a marked off here for some reason. We just recaptured the 50-day SMA not that long ago. It looks like we're turning around here, but it also looks like we're coming up to some kind of a resistance area. If you look at the kind of from September earlier this year and kind of just draw a line across 32, that seems to be a bit of a resistance area at 32. We need to start closing above 32, in my opinion, for more upside. Otherwise, we might back test 30 and the 50-day SMA. Yeah,
I mean, we're right there too. So we might actually be able to do that here today. So I don't know. I just kind of like, this is a decent swing candidate. I don't really like the theme, but just based on the chart and what's happened to the stock, I think this is a pretty decent theme candidate. Maybe we don't get up to that 54. This would be nice though into the beginning of 2025, especially if the market participates. That should actually be quite helpful for this.
No, BAP, mine is not Colombian coffee, so it doesn't have any cocaine in it.
Colombian coffee is coffee with coconut?
Cocaine. He said cocaine coffee.
Oh, cocaine coffee. Oh, okay. I was like, I've never heard that before for Colombian coffee.
I was making a joke. It probably didn't land.
I didn't get it. I needed you to draw me a map in order to get that, but that's where we're at. My coffee of choice every morning is an espresso. That crema at the top. Oh my God, this is the most delicious thing in the world. Okay. Titan. This was the big IPO from yesterday. I'd like to know how you folks did on this. If you traded it, to my eye, it looked rather uneventful. We had a $5 range pretty much right out of the open. The stock was priced at, I think, 71, opened here at 100, traded up to 105, came back into 100, went back to 105, then back to 100, then broke down here, and currently we sit here at 98.70. So I'll be honest, I didn't trade this one yesterday. I'm not familiar, or I'm not as familiar with the company as I should be. And IPOs have been few and far between this year. This one kind of disappointing. I would turn it over to the group here. Does anyone like this? If you do like it, what do you like about it? 13, did you trade this yesterday? I can't remember.
No, I was just I had a company that was involved with the IPO, and that's about the only exposure I had. I didn't trade this.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if this is a good one. We'll keep an eye on this one, just to see if there were any trade setups. I didn't see any yesterday. Didn't necessarily feel good about trading this one, so we'll see if that changes. Okay, you guys are mentioning some other stocks here. Here's GUR. GUR and then Trug, right? The penny stock Trug. We'll take a look at those real quick here. We got 7 minutes. We got plenty of time to get through all these stocks here. This is Gorilla Tech. This popped yesterday in the after hours and looks like it's curling up here today. What is the news here? Gorilla Technology interview to air on the Red Chip Small Stocks Big Money show on Bloomberg TV. Interesting. So we're getting a press release here that this show is good, or that, this company is going to be featured on a sponsored program, Bloomberg TV, Saturday, December 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. I don't know. I mean, was there something else? No, there's nothing else really fresh here. The stock has a $13 price target. It's currently at $9, up 17% here. Maybe this is people kind of front loading what they might hear from that. I don't. What do you think?
Well, the headline
Short
from
interest?
Monday might be,
Insider.
giving it some fuel here this week. That they launched self-branded AI GPUs in a partnership with Edge Core Networks. So maybe it's because it says AI in that headline that it's been giving this a lift this week. Certainly looks like we could go higher because we just had a golden cross pretty much the same day as that news broke.
Okay.
So we are a little extended here, so we should see some pullback at some point, but we could still push up close to 10 before that happens. But I would expect this to come back in because, like we've discussed with the other ones, it is a little extended.
Okay. So here, let me do this. Copy URL. Here's the URL to the press release for anybody that wants to go through it. I do suspect that this big money show that's going to air on Bloomberg on Saturday is likely going to cover some of this. I would imagine if this is fresh news here, I would imagine this gets covered on the show there. So we'll see. I have no line on this. This is what it's moving on, though. So we'll see if we get an opportunity to trade this here today. Okay, let's also take a Trug was the penny stock that you guys were taking a look at, right?
Biggest mover apparently this morning.
What's that?
Biggest mover apparently this morning.
Okay. It's also True Golf. So it's got golf in it, so it can't really be terrible, right? I mean, I know it's a penny stock, but golf's great. Anyway, this trading up here on volume looks like we moved from about 67 cents here in the pre-market up towards 90. We actually cracked 90 here. Volume looks pretty good. Did we have news on this? Let's see.
Yeah. Looks like, well, no, I'm sorry, we didn't.
No. This this news here from November. I mean, I didn't really see anything going on here. What is True Golf? True Golf is an indoor golfing gaming solutions company. It has built video games, innovative hardware solutions, and all-new esports platform to connect golfers around the world with E6 Connect. So this is golf video games, not like a golf simulator. I'm guessing, right?
Virtual golf software, yeah. So it's kind of, how you have some of those that you just stand in front of and you like those big screens you stand in front of and swing. I think it's stuff like that.
Well, see, golf simulator solutions. See, this is so. The interesting timing for this is that obviously, if you're, don't live in a warm climate like Jay and Wiss, where you guys can just golf year round, don't get me started on how jealous I am with that. When you live in a place like the Midwest where it gets cold in the winter here, your only option is going to be golf simulators. In fact, I'm looking to go to my local golf simulator tomorrow to get some swings in. So the timing of this kind of makes sense. It's the winter. I don't really know if I know what's going on here. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the product itself. I think the golf simulator that I like is Full Swing. I don't know if that has any connection to True Golf. If any of you golf fans out there know about some of these products, the starter. Yeah, this really are. Yeah.
I don't know what the reason it's moving today is. I'm sorry, yesterday was, but I know that today it's got to be off of relative volume. That just has to be the reason. You look at a daily chart where we're in today, and yesterday there was a huge spike in volume. So I think we're just relative volume trading this one today.
Okay, E6 Connect. It looks like that's one of the big angles here is that you're able to do the sim golf with other people, which I definitely can understand. Sorry, I was actually looking at the website here. This is why I kept looking at the screen. I didn't share it. Sorry about that.
That looks like bowling.
What's that? Yeah, well,
like
no.
Bowling.
So real quickly here, I was scrolling down. They have a multi-sport arcade here, but the rest of this was about the golf simulators.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. So really interesting stuff. I tell you what, I'll be content and I'll be able to say, guys, I made it. When I have my own house with my own golf simulator in it, That'll be the top. I will literally be at the top when I get to that. Not there yet. We work towards that every day. Today's another day. Okay. Got about 2 minutes here till we open. Just to kind of finish it off with Trug here. Looks like this is pretty good action. We did pop above yesterday's intraday high. We'll see if we do that again here. Float you're asking about. I have a float at 4.9 million. Yep, bingo.
Wow.
Client I had has a 100K simulator. Insane. Yeah, that is insane. I've seen some really insane golf simulators.
I was there was a mention that Adobe got downgraded by Kumo X, and I was just taking a look at it. I didn't realize it had gone that bad for the
which one? Which ticker? Sorry.
Adobe ADBE. This thing really got hammered after their earnings, and it continued to trade lower yesterday. Now we're getting to some of the lower points of 2024. The low is actually in around lower 430s, so a little bit of a ways to go there yet. But if this support area doesn't hold up to 460, I think we might end up going down there.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Zippity Doodah, they're anywhere between 10 and 15 grand. And as Aura just said, apparently the luxury ones can go up to 100 grand. All right, we're going to go over to the main workspace here. We've got Pally in focus. We'll look at Trug, Loop, and UAMI right off the open here. I guess Gur too. UAMI pushing. We are open, folks. Did you get the bell that time, just out of curiosity?
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Where's Sideshow? Sideshow, did you hear that? Are you happy about that? Let me know. Okay. Let's trade some stuff.
Let's do it.
You got it, Zippity. You got it. And I don't think I missed anything, too. I think we got a bunch of the stocks there. Okay, Trug here holding 85. Loop looks like that pulled to 160, but is trying to hang in there. UAMI pushing to the highs above $2.
Yeah, Loop came right down to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute and came right back up. Let's see if I can hold now and push higher. So far, so good. It's back above my VWAP. I don't know where yours is at.
On which one?
Loop.
Let's check here. It's below the VWAP by about 8 cents. LDTC getting a mention here. That one moved earlier this week. Let's take a look at that. Good morning, Market Sniper, while we're there. This actually did push up to the VWAP. Good stuff. Oh, and Jay, I have to highlight a comment from Jay that I glossed over. I'm sorry about that. Golf simulators are gimmicky. That wasn't it. Here we go. What?
Loop starting to move higher now, coming up to, I think, maybe your VWAP. Still has a lot of pre-market consolidation to get through, and we're looking for a break over 205 and over 208 the high.
Okay. I'm going to leave Loop on the screen here, but I did really quickly want to address this because I think Jay's given us some valuable stuff here. Jay mentioning ALAB, Marvell. I think these two are the best off the Broadcom report that we got yesterday. So if you're looking for a trade here today, maybe add ALAB and MRVL to your list. Jay, appreciate this.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we mentioned Marvell being a really, really good one going forward in the semi space. Absolutely like that one.
Look at the pop on Archer. Big time move there.
Let's go. Yeah. Up to 8. Yep,
let's go.
So let's see here. This looks like it's breaking a downtrend that it was in. You go to a daily chart and kind of draw a line and toward, off the highs that we've been making over the past.
Is that Archer you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to flip through some of these. Let me get Archer up on the screen here. I'll try and follow along. ACHR. Oh, type it in right, Ryan. Come on now.
And then if you go look at a daily.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you already have it there. No, you don't have it there. It's a high. It's the one off this flag here that we've got. So if you scroll in a little bit more, there you go. Just draw a trend line from those peaks that we've got and see that we're breaking that trend line. Yeah.
This one right in here. Okay, good stuff there. We're going to have all types of trend lines whacked up all over this one.
Now, one thing that I'll be looking for with this one, if we are going to get a return back up to where we were at the end of November, which was a high of 984, this might be the path it's on to break over 10. So I don't think it's going to happen today. It's might happen next week, but it's certainly shaping up to go up and take out that 984 high.
Okay. Good stuff there. Here we go. Archer popping above 8. Nice little rip out of the gate there. I wasn't in that, but if anyone took that, really good stuff here. Wheeler getting mentioned here. This did pop above the VWAP. We haven't cleared out 6 or that pre-market high here, but we did take the VWAP out.
Soundhound sold out of the gate, got some support from the 200 EMA, and now it's coming back up and trying to break over the consolidation from the pre-market. 1425 is
there it goes. There it goes. It literally went right to that 1425 as you were saying at 13. Amazing. 1425, that intraday high print. Yep.
Oh, it was already on there for me when I was saying it, but
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just take the compliment, right? Don't just take it. Just take it.
Okay, fine.
Real quickly here, Dave. Jay gave this to you yesterday. Gave you that range. I think Dave. I think Jay. I think you said low 80s yesterday. It looks like right in here, this 85 area. Look at this. Every day, almost every day, this is happening. Jay, you gave that to us ahead of time yesterday. Appreciate that. 4 times the charm, he says.
Kale says Zena's going up.
Okay, let me put that on screen here. I'm actually going to leave this on screen. I'll be right back. 1 sec, 13.
Okay, let me pull this one up as well. So, yeah, 745, the current intraday high in Zena. Looks like that is drawing from the, what is this, the after hours high? Yes. The after hours high in the same stock yesterday, that was about where we topped out at in the later hours. Also looking at about 770 as a potential resistance area as well, as that was the kind of the area where the price was having a hard time getting over in the final hours of regular session. Triple topped, came back in, could not recover even in the after hours. That's a really interesting spot. Let's look at 770 as a breakout level for Zena. A-Lab going up. Just take it, Santa. I don't take, I give. All right, so let's see. CAN, looking at that one, that's been on our radar lately because it makes those Bitcoin mining machines. Gosh, look at Archer. This thing is still ripping. 834 now, the intraday high. Don't want to. I don't think it's going to 10, but geez, it's quite a move out of the gate there. Let's see if it can even get up to 870. That would be an interesting spot. See what it does there. LQDT still moving. Okay, so let's look at that one. The QT. Or is this? Did I get that? No, I'm sorry. I got it wrong again. There we go. Liquidity services. Well, it's right about where the highs were yesterday. So let's see if it can break out of this level. That looks like 35 is the level to take out. Even though we didn't get it all the way up there yesterday, it really looks like the market wanted to try to push it up over that level. It even tried once and got as high as 34.89. Couldn't get any higher than that. So 35 might be a really interesting level in LQDT today. GER ripping. Not gripping, but GER is ripping.
No, I thought you said gripping. Okay. Let me put that up on screen. Sorry.
VCIG might go.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, geez. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's, well, let's see here. Let me pull up my broker. I don't want to use that other chart. All right. Let's see what we got here. So got support from VWAP just a moment ago. Got a lot of consolidation to push through up at the around the 230 area. Pre-market high 269. So between 230 and 269, I'd be a little bit concerned about the volume. But let's see if we can get up there.
This does look like nice movement, at least so far. At least we didn't straight up break down, collapse. Loop went above the VWAP and held here. I'd watch for another cross maybe through that VWAP to set up a trade here on Loop, LOOP. Sens, this is a penny stock. I used to trade this when this was several bucks here. Pretty good volume here. Don't really have a line on it, though. Archer continuing to print higher here. My goodness. My goodness. And how are those? Let's take a look at those semi names that Jay gave us out of the open here. A-Lab looks like that popped and came back in. I wonder if it holds this area. That actually might be a decent spot. NASDAQ, by the way, ripping to the highs here. Ripping to the highs. Marvell did the same thing. We had a little bit of that profit taking and then a return. Did we get the same thing on Broadcom? Barely. Broadcom just went higher. It was just like, get out of my way.
Meta getting a mention here that this is having some good price action this morning. Looks like, yeah, it is. It kind of was sideways out of the open, and then it just popped, going as high as 630.96.
Okay, W key. We're producer here mentioning that W key is halted.
Uh-oh. What's that halted on?
It looks like just volatility, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a big move out of the open there.
This is like we popped right into that halt. We're actually okay. So we'll watch W key here. Yesterday's intraday high 389, maybe 390-ish area in there.
That's going to be what it's looking to take out, and
Yeah.
I think it might just do it too. So that'll be one to check out for sure if it does. Lots of interesting things moving this morning. Soundhound still pushing up. Looks like it's going to go for 15.
Bitcoin pushing up as well.
Meanwhile, Nvidia is tanking. Okay, we're getting a pull in Archer now as well after hitting 844.
Yeah, Nvidia trading back in. Tesla's trading back in too. Interesting. Apple and Amazon remaining firm though here.
That's interesting because I thought the news with Apple is that they are not going to have their M4 Extreme chips made. So I guess that's going to just get put on the back burner now. More and more concerning things about Apple keep coming out. I'm not sure.
The price just keeps going up. I've been watching that for a long time. Long time.
By the way, that was a great mention earlier for Zena, Z-E-N-A. That one ended up going all the way up to those that triple top that I mentioned earlier from yesterday toward the end of the day, and we got as high as 767. So we came right back in after that. But that was a really good mention, and hopefully you had a really good trade off of that. That was a really, really good mention.
Marvell was a pretty good mention. This thing already 2 points on the little pull back to the highs that it's currently at. This was a good mention here, Jay. Didn't trade it, but this was a good one.
Yeah, Jay. I'm sorry, who was saying that? Somebody was. There is no try. Yeah, Tesla might be correcting. SMCI. I just think this is something we do not want to own. This.
Speaking of Tesla, real quick here, yesterday's intraday lows definitely a level to watch here. 415 on that. Here, I'll go to SMCI 13. That's down 3.5% here as well.
Yeah, I would really encourage everybody, if you're interested in SMCI, read that Hindenburg report again. Just refresh your memory, because I read it again and I was like, oh,
it was damning. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, the company has been delisted before for this exact same shit. The exact same stuff. They've fudged their numbers. They've inflated their numbers. They've sent they've invoiced companies that never gave orders. I mean, they do a lot of really scummy stuff. Oh yeah. Let's not forget, they also rehired the folks, the bad apples that they let go. Months or years later, they end up rehiring. So whatever the CFO is that they're wanting to hang all this recent stuff on, he's probably coming back. This company is just an absolute scam. I would not touch this.
Wow. Ow. Tell us how you really feel, 13. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I wouldn't trust it.
Okay. Okie dokie. Restoration Hardware looks like that's traded up a little bit out of the gate. Broadcom still trying to punch through those highs. I guess you could watch this level here, 217-ish, 217.75. This is the Avago ETF. I can't believe how many of those that are out there. Marvell keeps climbing back to the highs. Adobe, you were mentioning this one. Looks like we might be trying to bounce here for the first time in a while.
That's fine if you think they'll survive. They're not going to do it with me. And if you are trading it and you are successful, I hope that you are. It's not going to bother me one bit. I just don't want to be in that one. I don't like the company.
Yeah, well, thankfully you've got 7,000 other companies that you can invest in here, so you're in good shape. And that's the other thing, right? Like when you trading stuff that is just easier for you to stick to your plan is going to be better for you long term. If you're trading a stock like SMCI and you're worried about it being shady and cooking the books, that's not something that you're going to feel comfortable holding. So I don't know. I'm plenty of different options out there. There's no one right way.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Luke now. That's
I got no position on SMCI either, by the way.
Currently beneath its VWAP, but trying to recapture it. If we do recapture VWAP and Luke, this might take the next leg higher. We're looking for that 205 area, right? So that's the setup for now. Let's see if we can get back above that VWAP.
Chris, small scalp on SPY. Ring that register there. SPY pulled a little bit out of the open and immediately reversed. Actually pulled towards the open. I guess not out of the open. Immediately reversed. NASDAQ did the same thing here. These definitely trying to push highs.
Let's look
I like Yahoo chat rooms for SMCI. Guys love the stock. Now that doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. Costco, how are we doing on Costco? Dip and rip, just like we wanted to see. EVgo. We had news here on EVgo. Sorry, EVgo shares trading higher after the company announced the closing of its $1.25 billion guaranteed loan facility from the Department of Energy Loan Program Office.
All right, so just kind of waiting to see what Archer does next. If it holds a VWAP and consolidates a little bit, might push back up over 844 again. Volume's a little bit lighter though, so we'll have to see. Seems like a volume's lightning in a bunch of things pretty early.
I don't even have a trade on deck yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, I only took that one out of the gate with loop, and that's all I've done today. That is it. Tesla's now taking off.
Here we go. Tesla taking off. Okay, we can actually try to trade Tesla here too. Let's see. Oh man, that bounced fast. I was too late on that, but you're right, Lion. And actually, let's take a look here. So we did move through the VWAP. Let's put a 5-minute chart here and see where we're at. Looks like we're bumping up to that 65 EMA. Let's see if we cross that here. We are above the VWAP. We'll see if we cross that 65 EMA on Tesla there. By the way, I've got that value at 421.60, so we're pretty much right here.
So Jonathan Cooper with some really good information, an update here for Netlist. That's NLST. They are going for an injunction to stop Samsung selling any of the products related to the recent court case. Court date is later this month. So there's a catalyst set up there for you in NLST.
Stock's $112 right here.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm just kind of looking around and see if I can find anything. Loop did not get that bounce quite yet, although it is getting a little bit of support from the 65 EMA at the moment.
Trug trying to reclaim its VWAP here on TRUG. That's True Golf Holdings. Good call here, Jay. Avago, the 9th largest company, and as a result, a huge part of the Qs here, which is why the Qs is just ripping to the highs.
So if we wanted to consider a Mag 10, it would be that company and probably Berkshire to be included.
Yeah. Berkshire, that's just its own thing. ATIF halted. Good mention here. Is that halted to the upside? Yes, it is. Penny stock into dollar territory, halted to the upside now.
Here we go. We've got a recapture of the VWAP with Archer. Let's see if we continue to push up here. Every Friday last month been banging. Man, this whole every week this month so far been pretty banging.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This winter season has been pretty awesome for this group. At least it seems that way. ONDS, a little bit of a pullback here today. Bummer.
ACHR losing VWAP again. Back and forth with that one.
Yeah, it's just kind of flirting around it.
Mm-hmm.
AMPG. This did recapture its movement. Deborah, this looks pretty good. This did it on volume too, which is definitely what we want to see there. Size there, 275. That's your intraday high as well.
Remember, just be careful with that one. It's very extended on the day.
Yeah. Yep.
And looks like Loop trying to turn around finally. Looking for a VWAP recapture.
Tesla looking like it's trying to go to 424 on Tesla.
Archer going lower now. And just going around here for some other stuff. Lunar, I'm sorry, not Lunar. Soundhound hit a intraday high of 1477, came back in a little bit, still above VWAP, but we're looking for 15 or higher in this one.
Smita saying, after the election, Tesla, Bitcoin, DJT helped me to make lots of money.
Nice.
Hey, we will take that for sure. Really good stuff there. I'll tell you what, the election has been awesome for trading. Awesome.
Yeah. So seeing as how awesome it has been, does that kind of line up the inauguration as a sell the news event?
Well, that's kind of what we've been talking about, right? We've been talking about sell-offs, when we can expect it, time frames for that. The inauguration would be an obvious one, but I think I like the time frame of past Q1, frankly, because I still do, like, think about it. I mean, if we start getting earnings reports about companies that really just knocked it out of the park here in the holiday season, I could see us really kind of trading pretty well through that first quarter, but gravity at some point has got to mean something again, and some of these stocks are definitely going to need to come in.
Yeah, and Loop is just moving back over VWAP now. It looks like it's trying to get going. Has to get back over 190. There's a lot of sell orders in the way. $2 has a huge wall. Need to see volume expansion in this one in order to push up to through that $2 area.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like that 65 EMA and the 5 did a pretty good job of supporting it there.
Yep, and it's just basically we're seeing the entirety of the price action all morning is right here between this 165 and 190 area. Looking for the break over 190 here. They just brought in a huge wall. Let's see if they can take it out. Need more volume.
Okay.
And we're getting a lot of folks mentioning MLGO as well.
Okay, haven't seen that pop on the scanner yet, but we'll take a look here at MLGO. Loop looking like it's trying to go there. I was trying to focus on that, but let's see what's going on here with MLGO. Up 28.5% here. Volume looks pretty good. Do we have news on this?
Loop popped and came back in.
No.
It was a pretty quick move, but sort of did the thing. We want to see it, more for a sustained move up over 2, but that's probably all we're going to get at the moment because we just didn't get enough volume. So we'll wait for the next setup, see if it holds VWAP. That's the first step.
Okay. Trug, this really pulled back, lost its VWAP. This is looking like this might try to go lower. Bonjour, Smoke Tuna. Let's go.
Hello?
Great to see you here. There is no try. This is kind of funny. Grok AI tells me to sell Archer at 879 and rebuy on a dip. Been backtesting Grok, and I'm kind of shocked with the results. Shocked in a good way, right? That's interesting.
Where do you plan where to trade in 2025 or after? So you're wondering what the Smita is wondering what the stocks to play after the inauguration or throughout the entirety of 2025 is what I'm gathering from his question. Well, we've talked about a lot of different themes. For next year, we've got quantum, we've got drones, we have the AI might continue for a little bit, but that seems to be unraveling. Let's look at this. Oh, it's space, of course. Space.
Yeah, space. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be trading in 2025. I mean, and like I talked a little bit about the wealth effect that we talked about last night, 13. And every person that I talk to that has considerable wealth and buying power and the ability to make money, they are extremely excited for what is about to come. And there is no way I'm going to sit on the sidelines here and not participate. I think this is going to be great. And I know I was just talking about a potential pullback here. A pullback would be great for another long-term setup. If we can reset some of these valuations on a pullback like that, that is absolutely viable. So just to be clear, I'm thinking that the next 4 here are going to be good. And the other thing that we mentioned, 13, I actually brought up an Unusual Whales tweet about banking regulations, pretty much confirming exactly what Tim Melvin said, that banks and bank mergers and the deregulation of bankings are going to be really good for that entire sector. So we're pretty well positioned here to take advantage of 2025, if you ask me.
Yeah, so we could get a whole bunch of things ready for the expected themes that we're going to be getting in 2025. So M&A is going to be another one of those themes. We've already talked space. Drones and all those other things that are going to be potential themes. But yeah, M&A and activity is going to be probably one of the bigger ones, since it wasn't really viewed as a potential theme until we got more confirmation of Trump being in office and an entire Republican Congress. So it's shaping up to be more along those lines now, because we're anticipating banking deregulation.
Okay, really good stuff. Yeah, I will try Grok. There is no try. I'll play around with it a little bit more. I mean, look, after seeing the picture of Gary Gensler this morning, how could I not, frankly? How could I not play around with that? We'll absolutely do that here this weekend.
Internet remains undefeated.
I was going to say, does anyone have any back testing stats on Grok helping you with your college football or NFL bets? Because that could be a great weekend activity. Could be a great weekend activity.
Well, I'm just kind of looking around right now, seeing if there's anything that's interesting me. And seems like some things have a setup, but the volume just isn't there. What's the volume in the SPY today? Are we a little bit more elevated than we were yesterday? Or are we still kind of like dragging our feet? Session volume 3.3. We've only been open for 24 minutes. I guess that's okay. If we're not over 10 by lunch hour, that's going to be, another slow day. All right. Looking around here. Anybody else seeing anything cool?
I'm trying to get something cool thrown up on the screen here. Our producer's on top of it. We have the greatest producers, and we're about to see some funny stuff. So,
all right.
However, stock wise, it is worth mentioning here. There are a couple that we were looking at. Loop here, still building above the VWAP here. It's trying to push. We'll see if it gets going. AMPG recaptured its VWAP. Now, we do have some wicks to the upside here on this 5-minute chart, but let's see. Maybe this is the push that we finally need. I'd really like to see this get above 270. I've got 275 as your intraday high, and looking at the level 2, I do have some size there. So maybe that 270, 275 area, if we pop that, AMPG can roll higher.
I think it needs to get above, 270. It needs to really get above and start closing these 5-minute candles above that, because if it doesn't, I think it's probably going to end up coming back down to the 230s.
Okay, let's see if it breaks. We're on right here. Friday funnies. Let's see it, producer.
Yes, smoke.
Oh, dude, look, this is side by side. Okay. Look, Grok really is awesome. Look at this. You guys can't see the resemblance? I can. It's as clear as day. Poor guy. Thank you, producer.
He should wear sunglasses. All right,
that's
so
funny.
AMPG getting a little bit of a rejection here.
Right at that wick, right like you said.
Yeah, pretty close. But and it's losing VWAP, because the pattern here kind of looks like a head and shoulders. So we need to see if we're going to get it broken like it's trying to do right now, or if we're just going to see it resolve, which is why I was looking for the 230s.
All right, there's 275 deleted.
Mm-hmm.
Deleted 278 your high now. Now I'm looking at the level 2. We do have some stock for sale above here, but if they deleted that 275, the rest of this stuff not terrible. Nonetheless, decent scalp right there.
W key is open.
W key is open. Okay, let's take a look. And halted again. Oh. Can we? Nope. It was actually straight up halted. I couldn't even try to mark it into the pump.
Take a look at something here. That is a big move.
AMPG, man. Oh yeah.
Wow, this thing has been absolutely hammered. Okay. Well, I don't know what W key is, but this thing has got some of the wildest price action in the past. All right. What are we looking at here? Did AMPG end up doing anything?
Yes. That popped above. Yeah. I took that scalp off. That was just basically a VWAP through the high scalp. I can bring it back on screen and see where we're at. That actually might set up for another one. We'll see. Yeah,
285 has to be the level it breaks out, and then that pattern is toast. Otherwise, yeah.
I want this closer to the VWAP, frankly. We'll see if we end up getting that.
Looking to Hood is showing nice steady price support gains over the last days. Getting ready for a new run. Let's take a look at Hood.
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. Actually, Hood, this chart does look pretty good. Intraday high from yesterday, 40.20. So let's see if we pop that here.
That 20-day SMA recapture, very good. I like that candle. That's an engulfing candle on a 20-day SMA recapture, and it's looking like that could take it higher. Need to see to close over 40 today. But
Okay.
that's a really good reversal. Do you see what I'm talking about there?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have the 20-day on this, but yeah, this reversal candle right in here totally engulfs the previous one. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. That looks pretty good. Let's see here. The RSI is 63, so not too overcooked yet, but it just looks like if we hold 40, we get over 40 and hold that, we could push up over the what is this, the all-time highs? We could do that, and then we could see the cooling off. That's an entirely possible scenario.
And Tesla here punching above 424. This is awesome. This is awesome on Tesla here. We'll see if it can get to 425. Good morning, wisdom. Things just got more awesome.
Nice. Any thoughts on Wolf about to pop? Says Danny. Let's take a look here at Wolf. Another Bitcoin. Is this a Bitcoin name?
I think so. Let me bring that up on screen here real quick. Wolf Speed, right? Is it Wolf with the O or the W? Or excuse me. U. Come on, Ryan. English. Let's go.
So one thing I can see with Wolf on the daily chart is that the 50-day SMA is quite a suppressant of this price action. It just lost the 20-day as well, so it's not looking great on the daily chart. Those would be the two things I need to see happen here, especially that 50-day SMA. We need to really get back above that, and if we do, we're going to gap fill. So there's some positivity there in recapturing that 50. You just continue to move up almost to what 1275 about, but seems like we're in a bit of a downtrend at the moment on Wolf.
AMPG still trying to punch above that 280. Tesla, we did get above 425. That scalp book two for two here today. Both of them small, but green on the screen on a Friday.
It's going to be a good weekend.
Tesla has been good. That was a really good buy that you had there too, Atlas. That buy in the 14s, man. I tell you what, Lynn and Randy's using Tesla as an ATM has really kind of been good. Really has been good. Jay mentioning he's trimming his A-Lab position here. AMPG at 280, by the way. Trying to go.
And Soundhound looking for 15 says Parker Seeker Swim. We've been keeping an eye on this one. 1488 current intraday high.
Look at that move on A-Lab, Jay. Boy, you could have just day traded this pullback to the EMA. Really good stuff there.
And VCIG not looking great.
Wes, I love it. Wolf with the one with the U actually might have a setup on here. And actually looking at this, yeah, we get any type of volume here. You're right. This could be. Did it just start to push as I said that? Maybe.
Yeah, I think Asher, that's pretty good mention there. Don't try and short Tesla for now. It's we've been seeing so many shorts just get absolutely hammered with these moves and a whole bunch of these names. Every time that we think, oh, the top's in, it's time to go bearish and everything. The dip buyers come in and say, no, and squeeze out those shorts.
Yep, that's what happened to me on Walmart. By the way, Walmart, I believe, is ex-dividend today. Let's see if that's Walmart is still green. Oh, look at this. The dividend was soaked up in the first 5-minute candle. This thing just look. Just to kind of review here, this is what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to short Walmart for a regression to the mean. Here's your monthly chart, weekly chart, daily chart. It's all saying the same thing. It's all extended. Now up here, maybe we're finally starting to get a little tired. Maybe we do pull back in. My puts on this were obliterated. This trade straight up didn't work. And in fact, they were the December contract. So for this to work, we'd have to take a new trade here. To your point about the buyers taking stuff higher here, this was one of the better examples, the tweezer top that got deleted.
Yeah. Just
deleted the next day.
And, 1.6 billion in cash leaves the company. They just buy it right back up. I mean, seriously, they're paying these dividends, and it's just like, okay, well, that's out of the way. Let's get the dip.
Archer getting mentioned here. Let's see how Archer's doing. Okay, so that did. Let me go back to the 5 here, actually. So this is trying to curl. We'll see if we get to that VWAP there.
I have that at 801.
I've got it at 796, so really close, 5 cents there.
Yeah, right now at the moment, it does look a little bearish in Archer. Recapturing VWAP would eliminate that sentiment, but could be putting in a bear flag is the reason why I'm watching for that.
I don't know how this is going to hold up here. It does look like Tesla might be getting a little tired up here. We'll see though. Volume, but this 5-minute chart looks great. Volume looks good. Price level looks good. Some room up to 428, 430 there probably.
And there's, thank you, Parker's Thinkorswim for the mention. Soundhound over 15. We were looking at this one pretty early in the morning, and there we are. Next target I have for this is 1550.
Yep, and that the intraday high from Tuesday. Sorry, 1569. You're fine. Let's go back to AMP. I have no position in this. I was just scalping that one, but let's take a look at it. Yep, right above that 480. Bingo.
All right.
GUR at VWAP, that's at 894. Ah, this did pop off that. Okay, so this too held that 65 EMA on the 5, went to VWAP. It's crossing it now. We want to hold and build above VWAP so we continue to move higher. So we can continue to move higher here. We'll see if we get that. $9 up here on GUR.
Yeah, looks like somewhere in the 930s might be a breakout area. You can do a trend line from the 1024 high, draw it through the earliest, the next high after that, and you can see in the regular session we tried to break over that once and failed. This next move could break that trend line in GUR. This is from pre-market price action into the regular session. So if you draw like that very first top wick there at 4 a.m., yeah, and then draw it. That's interesting because you don't have the candle that I'm seeing on my broker at 805.
Is it 5? Is it 5 minutes?
You can you know what, that one, yeah, you know what, go ahead and use that one. That one's good enough. Go ahead and use that one. That regular session high. That's still pretty close. We'll do that. That's the
Marvell to the break. Sorry to interrupt. Marvell to the sky is being called here. Look at that. So that dip and rip move here. Jay told you before the market even opened this morning. Jay said, hey guys, Marvell and A-Lab could be good trades here today on the back of Broadcom. Now we had a dip. Yeah, now we had a dip down here to 116, 120 prints. Looks like we were almost as high as 122. Jay, this was a great call. Great call for the group here. Marvell.
It was Marvelous. Getting a mention with Rocket Lab. Yeah.
Friday fun day, baby. Let's do it.
If it's worth going long here ahead of the launch, they do.
Really quickly, they're showing an S&P year-to-date gainers. Palantir up 331% year-to-date.
Jeez.
Let's go, Palantir. I can't believe that we fought a guy in here saying we should be shorting that. I don't like calling people out, but good Lord. I mean, how much money did this group need to make collectively to just show that was bunk? W key is open. Yep. And okay. I'm going to actually watch this real quick because this is violent.
It's going to halt.
It's going to halt again.
Yep.
Okay. In the prop, I'm trying 100 shares. We'll see. Hopefully this isn't. Hopefully this isn't the end here.
There it is. So Rocket Lab, just coming back around to that because we were getting asked about it. I don't know if their launches are something that you'd want to just go long for because they do a frequent number of them. It'd be like going long on Tesla just because SpaceX is frequently launching their Falcon 9s and Falcon Heavies. I don't know, to be honest. Let me give you a better answer in just a little bit. Let me see if I can find something here.
So real quickly here, Big Bees, this was money. SPY puts on that push up. This thing's dropping here. Actually, NASDAQ, SPY dropping. Dow's actually kind of, did we get news?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I don't see anything. Let me look on the Twitter streets.
So I guess this is in the question is for the December 17th launch. That would make it Tuesday. I can't absolutely say for any certainty if that's going to, really give it a significant lift, if you get what I'm saying. But because if you look at their upcoming missions, they have they have a whole bunch that are coming up. So I don't expect it to really move a whole lot. It's just business as usual at this point. I would expect there to be better movement if they started expanding the number of launches, or if they had another launch complex facility. Or here's some news that might really get it going is when they start getting flights going with their Neutron rocket that's supposed to be carrying heavier payloads. That I think is going to be probably a bigger event. If that makes sense. Hopefully that helps.
Crow, really good stuff on UMAC. You were on here early morning mentioning UMAC. That really moved here. That was really good stuff. I didn't see anything on the Twitter streets regarding the drop in the market here. That was SPY and NASDAQ. Maybe it's just market action. A-Lab new highs. That was both those calls, Jay. Tell you what, Jay, both those calls were good. Both those calls were good. A-Lab and Marvell, both of those worked. Really good stuff off that Broadcom report. That was the trade. How did Broadcom, that just kept going up too, though, didn't it? Yeah, a little bit easier probably to hit that Marvell.
Really good stuff, though. That ascending triangle in Broadcom was one of the clearest indicators we had that there was going to go higher.
Yep. And we covered that right out of the open here this morning. It's actually one of the first stocks that we covered here. You could clearly see, we even said yesterday I was expecting good results. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, we got them here. Huge pop. So again, I want to see how this candle kind of finishes up. It wasn't one of those opening low candles that JT talked about yesterday. But still pretty good. We'll see how this finishes.
Marcus Sniper mentioning GTI. This is Graphjet Technology. I don't know what the news is of this. I haven't seen it. I just brought a chart up. It looks like this, at the very least, is an RSI bounce. Let's see if there's any news here. Looks like a lot of insider selling, which would make sense as to why we've seen so much downside in the stock. So I think that's all that's really happening here, is just that the RSI was just so oversold that it was a buying opportunity. All right, Soundhound 515, man, that thing is crazy, isn't it? GME is ready.
Yeah, it sure is.
Oh man, the meme stonks are back. Let's see here. Looking at GME, I'm going to take a look at this thing.
I'll bring it up with you.
Lapped this morning. Let's look at a daily, see what we get there.
Well, thank you, but Jay here. Thank you, but I made more cha-ching swinging Dave back and forth. Say less, Jay. Here's your other cha-ching. You just out here booking gains. I love it. Love it. Sorry, what did you have here, 13? I totally ran you over.
That's okay. I was just looking at GME. Notice there's a bit of a downtrend here in the stock. So just kind of get an idea of where that trend could break. At this particular stage, it looks like that trend might break. What is this? Somewhere around 30. $30 seems like a good breakout level there. And if it does break out and close above it, it's going to take it higher than 32.
Really quickly here, W key is open. So those 100 shares are going to get obliterated. Doesn't look like it's trying to bounce here. I might add if it looks like it wants to bounce now. It looks like it wants to halt to the downside. Okay, we'll just take the L and move on there. We'll see what happens when this opens up next time. I knew going into that was risky. but we'll see.
It may not give it all back, but we'll see what happens. It might find support around 515, but we'll see. I'm very
looking at apps here. Not a whole lot of volume. Would like to see some more volume on this name. Do we have news? No, don't see anything going on here.
VCIG kind of just pretty much moving down as we were expecting. It's beneath 2. It's actually down to 186. Looks like it might be trying to get some support, but
which one?
This is VCIG.
VSIG.
Yeah, this is when we were saying we don't want to touch this one.
Yeah.
So far, that seems to be holding up.
Yeah.
Archer looking to recapture VWAP here. May not get that bear flag. I mean, that might just have been an opportunity because it was trying to sell off 5 minutes ago. That's just trying to go lower. You can tell from those wicks the past 2 5-minute candles are putting in. Buyers stepped in and said, "Nah, we're going higher."
No. Nope.
Now they're trying to take out VWAP and recapture 8. Oh, J-Raz with more trivia. Here we go.
What is it? I missed that.
What do AVGO, ALAB, and Marvell have in common? Well, I think the first thing would be semiconductors, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I'm sure it's something that's even more obscure that we just aren't thinking about. It might even be like a person.
Yeah, I wonder is it chart formation? Is it like performance AVGO? Let me take a look at it. They all traded lower out of the open and then went higher, right? That definitely happened on AVGO, right? So here we go. We sold off into the open. We plunged. The dip buyers took us right back above the VWAP. See, we get the same thing here on ALAB. We pushed out of the open, dipped, crossed right beneath VWAP, new highs. So that is the same. What was the other one that he had here? MRVL. That did the same thing too. That was probably the best. Yep, dip out of the open, reclaim the VWAP and higher. No resistance, no sellers higher. Okay, there you go. That's your answer, it looks like, from Jay. I love that you have a green Christmas hat on. I just, that's so awesome. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I'm just being a goof today.
It's the Friday fun day. Brian Thomas from X. How's it going, Brian? Please check Upstart. Nice flag here. Indeed it is. And actually the top of that flag also matches yesterday's intraday high, which we tried to take out. We're actually still building above the VWAP here. See if this can actually push from this area. 83.5, let's call it. Want to see a break of 85. Maybe this even goes higher here on Upstart.
GRRR, this is trying to get back over 9. It popped over it this morning, came back in, got a little bit of selling off down to 831. We just recaptured VWAP about 15 minutes ago, and now it's looking to take out 9 and break that downtrend line that I had you draw not too long ago. So looking for recapture of 9 and then that trend break. AMPG got slapped. It's beneath VWAP right now, but currently getting support from the 65 EMA on the 5-minute.
Okay. Agreed. The green hat is good. That's what I'm saying. Green hat is good. I like that you chose a green hat instead of a red hat. Let's just put it that way.
It's the first one I saw.
Oh, okay.
It was in my closet, and I was like,
that much about it. It seems.
It's. This very smooth brain type of thought process here. I was like, I'm wearing a green shirt. Hey, there's a green Santa hat. I'll just put it on.
Grabbed. DJT, actually, this is pushing higher here. Good mention. White chocolate mocha. We'll see if we get above yesterday's intraday high here on DJT.
Soundhound approaching that 1550 level I was mentioning earlier. Current high is 1544. We break over that, I'd be looking at $17. We currently have Archer trying to negotiate surrender of VWAP.
Tesla pushed higher from that 425 area, 428 now, 430, your next spot higher.
Keep an eye on, or maybe not keep an eye, but look at Loop. This is trying to move up right now, back over VWAP. Just waiting to see if this pushes higher or not.
Kale here mentioning that Loop is forming some nice pennants here. What I like is that it's above the VWAP here. I agree with you. I think a push higher here, we probably test that $2 level pretty quick on Loop. Daniel, looks like you're on Loop too.
Yeah, I just want to see that volume expand a little bit more. But it's got a pretty good setup here. Just a lot of consolidation after that move up over 175. Held that level pretty well, even though we traded slightly beneath it at times. Just need to see this result a little bit higher.
Market here really kind of paring back some of those early gains. You can see there's only a couple of really bright green spots here. It's the ones we expect, right? Avago, Costco, Tesla, which we've talked about here. The rest of these really kind of came back in. They're about at flat. The market with some of that early strength, that's evaporating. We'll check back in. Marvell also on here. Micron also on here. Head of the
WT.
Did it?
Opened, popped up, and halted again.
It shook me, dude. So it's generally, so you'll often hear me say, I'll stay away from the halt fest stocks. Hard to do. Well, you literally just saw it here. Scrambled into some for the last halt, opened, went lower, flushed me out. Now it's halted back to the upside. As soon as it got me out of there, now it can go higher. And for any of you that might be trading WKey, I'll do you the favor and won't trade this going forward. And that way, you guys can keep getting your gains off of it.
Archer pushed back through VWAP up at 805 now. Now we need to see it hold. So we're getting some good movement here out of Archer. Intraday high on this one is 844. GRR got through that level that we had just mentioned at 9. It was a pretty good volumetric candle there. Now we just need to break that trend.
Yep.
Right there. So figure about 930. That'd be about the breakout area. And then we just have the tops of those wicks. Those prices would be the only remaining resistance that I could see. Looking pretty good so far in GRR.
Serve here. This actually just broke out of its opening range on SERV. What was the other one? Rich Tech Robotics, right? RR. Okay, that one's a penny stock, but that's actually looking all right here too. How's Trug doing?
Is it trugging along?
Not really. It's trugging back lower here, but it's not breaking down anymore. Rigetti, RGTI. That's
probably one of the better quantum names.
Yeah,
I think it comes down to Rigetti, QBTS, and Ionic, the IONQ.
IONQ, yeah.
But IONQ, even though I think that's good, that one should probably cool off a little bit more. That Archer move is just really good, recapturing that VWAP.
NOTV, November Oscar Tango Victor, back into its VWAP here after that initial move. This actually might be a buy spot.
And now we have this area from the morning, the first 10.
Oh, Crow, dude, you're UMAC. Oh, wow. Sorry for interrupting you, but Crow, you were on this all morning on UMAC. You were on this all. This was a good one. This was a good one, Crow. 10:59 that intraday high on UMAC.
Right there with GRR, right at that trend line. Currently getting some resistance, but we are right there. Archer's still moving up. I like that 825 that there is no tries Grok was mentioning, because there is a pretty large amount of sell orders right there and at 830 as well. He was given an end of day price target of 825, so pretty interesting there. They must be using Grok as well.
That's cool. Oh, Chewy. So let's talk about that real quick. Jay, the other day, mentioned how Chewy was performing pretty well post-offering. And then the other thing is that you brought up a really good point yesterday on Happy Hour when we were talking about the wealth effect. Chewy and Wolf might be two stocks that could benefit from this wealth effect. Wealthy pet owners have no problem spending whatever they need to spend on their animals. So the more I think about that, 13, the more I think I like that. I think I agree with you on that. So this could be some decent plays here. We'll see.
I don't know if there's better names out there that we could look at for that particular type of play where, folks with a lot of money want to spend on their pets. But, Chewy and Wolf are the only two pet stocks that came to my mind first. So if there's anything else out there that we could maybe look at, maybe something that has very low float, but isn't, complete junk, that'd be interesting to me.
Okay. Loop is pulling, you guys are saying?
Yes, it was back down to the 65 EMA. Let's see if the buyers step in. It's getting some pretty good bids coming in here to help lift it back up. But also, oh wow, now it just turned into a bunch of sell orders. This looks like it's trying to push back down, but let's see what happens closer to 150 if it gets down there.
Mark Chaikin loves Chewy for what that's worth.
There we go.
Jay, do you know what stock he's promoting on all those commercials and ads that are on CNBC in the morning? Chaikin or Mark's Message 20 or whatever that website is. Do you know what AI stock he's promoting there? Trupp is pet insurance. Thank you, Tracy. That's TRUP.
Great one. Thank you.
Trupanion. This is a pretty interesting chart too.
Jeez, that looks like the exact wealth effect we're talking about is about to take off.
Yeah, this actually does look. This is Tracy. Good stuff.
Yes,
here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Really good stuff, Tracy. That's what we were looking for.
Gosh, just imagine asking and receiving at the same time. Thank you very much for that. That's great.
W key is open. ZTS, that Zotis, that does pet drugs. That spun off from Pfizer years ago.
Remember that one that was a really junky name? It was like ZOM. Remember that one? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can...
talking about Dog Z?
No.
Stock that I've lost a ton of money on because of
bullshit? Zomedica. Or Zomedica. This one, ZOM. Wasn't this a pet play? Yes. A veterinary health company creating products for companion animals by focusing the unmet needs of clinical veterinarians. This might be an interesting one. Float's way too big. Never mind.
Billy Jur.
There we go.
Is this? I appreciate you so much. ANET, huh? So that Chaikin stock that he's advertising on CNBC, that's what it is. It's ANET.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you. You're going to get a 1-up 2. You're going to get a 1-up 2. That's awesome. Producer, if you're still back there, we were talking about this the other day. We got our answer now. ANET. Look, it's already moved. Look at this, though.
Yeah, that might not be a trade for us since it's really extended.
Yeah, but this would be one to watch if this comes back in. Yeah. So okay, but there we go. At least we got to the bottom of it. Thank you, Villager. I'm pronouncing that correctly.
I was just thinking that with ZOM will reverse split. Absolutely has to. Absolutely.
It would probably trade better when it reverse splits, wouldn't it?
Absolutely will. This is so ZOM is. I'm still going to keep on my radar because if this does reverse split, this will be a junky POS that we can trade.
I love how excited you are about junky POSs to trade. That might be my big takeaway. Sometimes
in the market, it's a shit slinging fest. Whoever's the cleanest is the winner.
Okay.
But yeah, I get that it's pure trash, but that's what we trade almost every day here.
Well, a lot of these things, they're not the greatest companies.
But if it gives us movement to where we can get a good trade in it.
Oh, speaking of good movement, we talked earlier about Costco. That had a nice little dip and rip. Jay, shout out to you also because you told us that Costco is one of those stocks where it likes to trade down from the print and then trade back up. And if you waited, you had the opportunity here on Costco. Nice little move. This has actually come back into its view. This is about flat here, but did have some good action. Costco.
GME just straight down. Looks like Archer's losing 8. W key popped to 650, and now it is losing VWAP. Maybe it's starting to roll over here. What else?
Gurr did make an attempt to go to that trend line, couldn't quite get there, but it's not done yet.
I don't think it's done yet either.
Broadcom 220 cross coming right here.
I'm not looking to pick any of that up right now, but if that reverse splits, I think it'll be an interesting trade. ZOM. Looks like AMPG is really, really trying to hold the 65 EMA on the 5-minute. We can recapture 250. Well, actually, we're above that right now. If we can close above 250 here, that might be a good signal for AMPG.
We got the makings of a potential bounce here on the SPY and the NASDAQ. The Dow is already bouncing, and I see the tick chart, the NYSE tick chart, a high tick here. It looks like 128 is what I got there. High tick, yeah, 128.
Yeah, it might be bad for market sentiment if we end up losing 600 here before the end of the year.
And so here we go. Let's take another market overview. Jay here mentioning that the breath is bad and a lot of names are red. The heat maps here in Benzinga Pro show this as clear as day. Look at this. There are a couple, Jay, I think this is what you said earlier exactly. You said that there are a couple of names holding up the indexes. And this visual display shows exactly that, boss.
The two names.
Broadcom and Tesla. I mean, Marvell's in there. It's a little bit smaller, but it's in there. ANET is in there, which we just talked about. Micron, and then PGR, Progressive Insurance. Now that's interesting. We were just talking about the insurance potential plays there. Progressive, PGR.
I don't know about insurance companies right now. Not really in the greatest sentiment.
Nope.
Looking to see if GER is going to end up taking out this trend line like we're looking for. W key moving up again, and then I also just saw SoundHound looking to take out 16. I was looking for 17 in SoundHound. Where is that on my chart? Here we go. So 1591 current intraday high in SoundHound, just on a big rally right now. Looking for 17 here in SoundHound. What is GER going to do?
This SoundHound move, man, oh man. Big shout out. I don't know if he's here, but big shout out to Bernardo from our Benzinga Pro community, who again pounded the table and told me at like $5 that this SoundHound was going to be a great play and that he was loaded up on it. Here we are. Way to go, Bernardo. Way to go.
All right. Watching GER right now. Still holding VWAP. I just need to see a little bit of volume expansion and a break over this trend line. I think it could be coming here.
Sorry to interrupt here. CIEM, this is Cena, I think. Well, we talked about this one yesterday. It's had really, really good earnings, had a nice little pop right out of the open, kind of dipped. Now we actually just took out yesterday's intraday high. Cena shares are trading higher after Bank of America Securities upgraded the stock from neutral to buy and raised the price target from 70 to 95. Additionally, Needham, Northland, and Stiefel also raised their respective price targets on the stock. Higher we go here. CIEN, I believe that was a J Rice call from yesterday. It's like a couple of you are mentioning RSP, which is the equal weight S&P 500 ETF. That down here. I think down 9 days in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This would be 10, wouldn't it, Jay? I think you're right.
Archer lost VWAP coming back in. If we get support, early support looks to be the 65 EMA, just about.
Yep.
Just a little bit above 755, maybe somewhere between 755, 760 could be support for Archer. Let's see what this current 5-minute candle does. I'm pretty sure this might be one of the last red candles before we get another green one. So we'll wait and see if that's the case.
Lion says, watch Tesla. It's going to 430. I look at Tesla's price, 429.20.
Okay. Let's go, GER. Here we go. We're back up to that trend line again. Just need that volume to take us over it.
Wait, go Steve D. It's our bonus day at PGR. That's Progressive Insurance. We figure out how much we get for gain share. So you're going to dump it into the market. Okay, so you work for Progressive, so that's good to know. And you're getting a bonus today. Well, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
You're going to get some sound. And in fact, Chewbacca wants in on your bonus. And we figure out how much we get for gain share. I guess I don't know what that is or how that works, but awesome. And congratulations to you. And I also think this might be a controversial opinion for some, but I think dumping your bonus money into your investment account is a sound plan. So good stuff there as well.
To answer the question about BBAI, if it's the next SoundHound or Palantir, I mean, it looks like it's already been a Palantir, and it's looking for some support around 250. We've got the 20-day SMA right there. So could be a pretty strong support level. We just need to see it hold right above 250. Now, if we do lose that, I think $2 is going to be in the books.
Okay. Tesla, tons of option activity here. Calls spread across to 425 up to the 450 strike. All of these have 100 or more contracts. You're looking at trades that range from 30K to 330K. All over the place there. Tesla options popping here. Lion Atlas's call materialized 431 right now. I love it. I love it, Lion. Bang, bang. Tesla. Bang, bang.
W mentioning SoundHound. We get over 16. Where is that on my list here?
Nike puts. That's lower. Remember, Nike reports earnings next week. Intel's lower here. This was after some pretty good news yesterday where Intel traded up.
Daniel, GR is what you just typed with one more R. GRRR. Man, we are just so close to breaking that too.
How is Google doing?
If only we get some volume.
That's
if we get some
really
volume in
much.
GR, if we get some volume in GR, this thing's breaking the trend. Just need that volume. CN is on a roll.
Lion Atlas says, we're printing money, Rayan. I don't know who Rayan is, but Ryan likes when the money printers are going brr. That's awesome. Let's keep that up. This has really been a good week pretty much across the board.
All right. So Archer, after that red candle I just mentioned, we are starting to get a green one. This is what we were looking for. Hopefully this begins to take the price back up and over VWAP, which I currently have at just underneath 8 at 798.
Rich here mentioning blue sky breakout potential there on SoundHound above 1607. Those blue skies, I'm assuming this is what you mean. This is what I know blue skies to mean. No resistance above when you get the blue sky breakouts, and sometimes those things can pop. They can pop, they can run, they can do all types of stuff.
Yeah, I see that the back in 22, when this thing first made its way onto the market, got as high as 1884. We're not too far away from absolutely just just blue sky breakout to where there's just new price discovery.
And to be fair, looking at these candles, I'm not really sure how much resistance are in these upper wicks. So I still think that the blue sky on 1607 or 1607, whatever that price level is, I still think that's legitimate because that comes from this candle, right? The Monday, December 9 candle. Bingo. That's exactly where that comes from. This formation is extremely bullish. This is, a while ago. I just don't know what kind of support's there. I like that though. I like that. No resistance. It's a profit sharing bonus based on company performance and your salary. Awesome. Good for you, man. Happy holidays. Let me ask you a question. I don't think that this is the case, but do you know how the Flo character came to be? Because I'll be honest, between Flo and Jamie, I don't know if there are many more annoying people on commercials. It's not a reflection of you and your company, and obviously you're doing a good job there, so don't take this the wrong way. But I'm just wondering if there's any backstory to that, because man, oh man, could do without some of those commercials. 3D here, are trashy moving stocks meant to be held only for a day? Yes, and in some cases, even less than a day. maybe even some minutes.
Yeah.
Piano Genesis, make it rain.
Rain.
Oh, that's good.
Looks like the
X's, okay, facts, Rich. Xmas bonuses are awesome no matter the size. You could give me a bottle of Jack Daniels and I'd be like, that is a sweet bonus. Like anything that you get as a bonus, completely concur, Rich.
Archer looking a little bit better here, making its way back to VWAP. GUR also breaking out of that trend line that I've been talking about all morning. Here we go, folks. See a little bit more volume.
On it. Let's go.
Give us a little bit more volume.
And actually, really good mention here by Big Bees regarding 3D's question about trashy moving stocks, holding them for a day. I had mentioned, sometimes we hold them for even less than a day. Big Bees, appreciate this. This is why we call them ex-girlfriends. I think 13 and I joke around a little too much. No, we don't. We definitely don't joke around too much. But I might not comment on what it actually means. And maybe someone that's new to the stream be like, boy, these dudes are just talking about all these girlfriends. What the hell's going on? We're talking about stocks. You don't stay married to them. That's basically where the language comes from.
And, if you're a female trader, you can say they're ex-boyfriends. It's,
or girlfriends if you swing that way. It really doesn't matter. All we're trying to do here is a short-term thing.
Yeah, and stocks are unisex, but you know what? We're going to make all of them our bitch.
Oh my God. As you can see, the more you click around, the more you're going to find out.
There we go.
That was a great video, by the way. That I know exactly where that's from. That's so
yeah. Oh yeah, that's the OG video, and it is really good. Okay.
Your gradient line. Oh my God.
I know. It's so. I'm telling you, man. That was it. That was it. There is no try wants to know, is this dip a good entry? Bring that back up here. Is this a good entry for NVIDIA? So, okay, couple of things here. So it depends what your trade is going to. I still think this needs to kind of roll over and flush out a little bit, but we are at the trend line here for NVIDIA. So if you think this is going to bounce or maybe set some new highs before it comes back in, yeah, this is a decent support area.
Soundhound, I want to touch on that, but Soundhound real quick hit 1620 and is finally showing a red candle as there's some profit taking. If we do get some more weakness in this, we will be looking at 1550 as support. As far as NVIDIA goes, one of the things that we've been looking at here with this is that it has a potential head and shoulders here that's on the verge of resolving. One of the things we wanted to look at with this is if it's going to be able to hold above 132. We're making our way back down there. It lost the 137 level that we had talked about after being unable to recapture the 50-day SMA over this past week. We came down, we gapped down on Monday, still closed above that 50-day SMA. Then we lost the next day, recaptured it, lost it, and now we are moving away from it today. This is not the kind of price action you want from a stock you want to go long on. This, to me, indicates that there could be some more downside coming. I think a better bounce level might be closer to 132. So for me, I would say, no, I don't want to pick up this bounce. Or I'm sorry, pick up this weakness.
Pick up the stock here. Okay, yeah. Good stuff there. Good stuff there. Okay, real quick. Wisdom wants to say, someone say Jack Daniels, yes, please. Look, me and Jack Daniels got a history, right? That's the line there. Stay focused here. Lol, your cats are the best. I only have one, unless you meant to say something else there. I only have one, but he's one in like 100 million. He is absolutely the best. Britt, what video is that? The one I just threw in the chat there. That's going to be the F around and find out video. It's one of the funnier ones I've ever seen. So check that out. Have a nice laugh here on Friday.
Am I giving out Cybertrucks for Christmas? No, I wouldn't want to. That's like getting coal in your stocking.
Whew. I mean, look, if you give out Cybertrucks 13, there better be one on the list for me. That's all I can say. Better be one on the list for me.
Just not a fan of the Cybertruck.
Yeah, neither am I. To be clear.
I like electric vehicles. Not particularly fond of electric trucks yet.
Elon's asking, Ryan, what was the reason for the HIMAX move? Ticker HIMX. A huge move yesterday. We looked at this yesterday. We didn't have anything, did we? Oh, yes, we did. Excuse me. HIMAX jumps as an analyst says it may be NVIDIA Taiwan semi supplier.
Oh.
So that's why this jumped here yesterday. We had that earlier in the morning. Right? That was December 12th. Yeah, that's it. The market, the market is getting yanked right now. Okay,
you know what? You know what? I wonder if it's because AVGO is like one of the last big. We do have Micron next week, though. I think. Though.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
But as far as is the really big chip names, because Micron is mostly in just the memory sector. AVGO is like one of the last big ones, and Jay Rice pointed out earlier that it's like one of the larger components of the queues. So of course you have NVIDIA and all those other Mag 7 names as well, but AVGO, if there was a Mag 10, it'd be in there.
SPY just getting hammered here. If we take a look inside here, it's just at the lows. NASDAQ looks the exact same here, by the way. Dow's also at the lows.
Okay.
AMD, Jay is also mentioning AMD and NVIDIA are ugly here.
Perfect, because I was looking to go. I was looking to pick up AMD. Okay, I know my orders have filled for AMD. All right. Yeah, I'm looking at AMD for a long term.
Sorry, SNES, Sensatech here. Sensatech shares trading higher after H.C. Wainwright raised its price target from 350 to 10. What does this company do? Let's see. Biotech platform with a research company engaged in developing technology for managing animal pest populations through fertility control. Wow. Company provides solutions to animal market, commercial markets, and food markets. Currently has 2 products.
Oh,
this might be an answer to the rat New York.
I was going to say it's essentially like pest control, like I guess more humane pest control, not necessarily using traps or poisons, but effectively controlling their population through reproductive suppression, right?
Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah, that was the other thing. We didn't mention this earlier. I should have. But we talked about expecting Broadcom to have good results and maybe trade higher here. That was a Pelosi pick. We all knew that was happening. I mean, come on. You had to be nimble, though. SPY is trying to bounce. Market here is trying to bounce.
Yeah, GUR did break that trend line. Got as high as 945. No position anymore, but that was great. That's what I wanted to see. Now, where this goes next, we see volume.
Take that, dude.
What about it?
Crimp Biscuits made a really awesome joke that I got there. I was just commenting on it. Here's GUR. Oh, look at this, 13.
Yeah.
We're coming up to the trend line.
Oh,
I think this breaks. I'm just going to call that. I think this breaks.
Okay, so your trend line is still in play. Yeah, that might still do it as well, for sure.
Oh, you know what we can do, though, here? Now that I have a more... If I make it actually touch the top, look at that.
There you go. So got a little bit of a rejection. Let's see if it can hold VWAP.
I got VWAP at 897 in the broker and 896 in TradingView.
All right.
SOUN, 16 plus here.
I'm looking for 17.
PWM volume. Thank you, Wiss. Ooh, actually, this is not terrible.
Prestige Wealth we've traded this one before too.
I feel like it. That name sounds familiar. AMPG popping off of its lows here.
Engaged in providing private wealth management services and asset management to high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals and enterprises through its subsidiaries. So, is this a wealth effect play?
Sorry, I'm looking for something here real quick.
Oh my goodness. I think Soundhound is going to run up to 17 here. If it gets through that 1650, which is trying to chew through right now, might see that. Oh, no, not able to do that quite yet. A little bit of a wall there at 1650, but man, it looks like it wants 17 badly. Guys are seeing Soundhound as well. Holy cow, AMD is off. Yeah, AMD is getting some weakness, and this is the kind of weakness that I start to build positions with for the longer term investments. I had it at 133 and 128, so low now, but it's fine because I have a long time before I intend to sell this. Tiger TIGR breaking higher. How are the China names doing? Because I believe that's a Chinese fintech.
Yes, it is. Let's see here. I can bring it up on screen. TIGR.
Yen not looking good. Yang looking much better. Soundhound 1655 is the new intraday high. GER rejected. It's going to need more volume to get through that trend line. Loop is trying to recapture the 65 EMA, and then subsequently it's going to try to get VWAP. Lots of these things are just really rolling over here. I have no active trades right now because, man, this is looking like the whole market is just really,
Yeah, I don't either. That pull on the SPY kind of has me paused.
Mm-hmm. And now look at this little bit of a pullback here in Soundhound after hitting 1655. Brigetti's trying to go again. Says the G-Man. TI. That one's up nicely today.
W key open lower. Sometimes your first stop is your best stop, folks.
Yeah. Wonder what, let's see here. Yeah, that might just, I don't know if there was news today on W key, but that looks like that had been just like a relative volume play. Okay, so let me just put this back on. So I see what you were saying about the Rigetti movement here. Right now, the price is having to deal with this consolidation from the pre-market hours yesterday. It's got the thing about Rigetti right now is that it's got a lot of supply to chew through in order to get, let's say, up into the 8 area again, up through the 8 handle. There might be a significant amount of, pops and drops or just, consolidation price action in Rigetti for a time while it tries to make its way through that. But I'd be looking at between 750 and 8 as the final stages of that consolidation. And RCAT, WK open, BTC going down. It's actually, yes, BTC is on the verge of losing 100K. Still think there is a bit of a risk of a correction here with Bitcoin. But that's I need to see a lot more indicators pop up here first before I can feel comfortable about that. But losing 100K is not a great start. Take care, Lion. Have a good one. Great job today.
On the side, yeah. Take care of yourself, Lion. Have a great weekend. Thanks for all your support, all your support and participation. Excuse me, here today.
Gosh, look at those moves intraday for Bitcoin. Just the past 15 minutes, just absolutely ugly.
Yeah, Bitcoin really pulling here. I can actually go to the Bitcoin spot price chart here. We'll take a look at that. Losing 100K is never good. Yeah, in any way you put that. that's for sure.
Archer was a bluff.
Here's your move on here it comes. Lost it.
Archer just has a hard time with let me see here.
How's MicroStrategy? Well, you keep doing that. I'll go to Archer when you're ready. I just want to check in on MicroStrategy here.
830 for Archer. That looks like the level, but it's just going right back down. This might take a little bit longer to shake out.
SPY right back at the lows here. Big B's all over it. The market seems like it's completely falling apart here today. Only 8 million shares, low volume. Don't want to overreact, but my goodness.
Yeah, what's the
Swing
news
account
here?
getting hit today? That's for sure. ONDS rough day. Portillo's normal, getting sold off like it does every day. FMC getting smoked again. Yeah, lots of reversals here. I be careful here. VIX spiking too. VIX printed above 14, came back in a little bit, but big sweep up in the VIX there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to be a hero today with our accounts.
Yeah.
Let's just let the market do its thing. And if there's a trade that's setting up, we'll try it. But keep in mind that we might not get that follow through. We've been kind of saying that for the majority of the week. The volume hasn't been great. The moves haven't produced enough follow through. We're gonna have to be taking gains earlier and keeping our stops tighter, just to protect ourselves.
Yeah.
So
stay focused here. Mentioning Ryan, I meant to say you cats, NASDAQ 100 rotation, thinking rug pull and buy the dip coming. We'll see. Jay Rice has been mentioning the breath all morning. Those calls have been great. Even your calls to the upside have been pretty good on that as well, Jay. So really, really good stuff there. Wisp, Portillo's is opening a location in Atlanta. I'm pumped. Okay, great. Hit it up down there, man. Hit it. Make sure that you do your part to boost those same store sales for me. I have no idea why everyone likes it. They've never closed a store. Just so you're aware, Portillo's has never closed a store once they've opened it in the history of the company. But the stock can't get out of its own way. It's a piece of junk.
yeah, I think that's correct, Jay Rice, about what you're saying with the futures and the FOMC meeting next week. And it seems like there's a lot of sentiment or a lot of investors right now getting this in their heads that I believe this too. We're going to get this cut next week, 25 basis point cut, and then we're probably not going to see cuts for a while, like maybe not until at the very earliest May or June, if we're going to even get any more. I think the Fed's going to want to kind of evaluate what the next incoming administration is going to do in terms of policy, and then they're going to make decisions going forward there. They're also going to take a look and see how the different metrics that they look at, GDP and PCE, and those different and unemployment. They're going to be watching to see how those shake out in the early months of the new administration's presidency. So I think, we're going to probably see some of these names that are more rate dependent on rates not do so well if they halt those cuts. Yeah,
Loop still curling back up here. Interesting.
GER, that was that rejection was it. Coming back down, losing VWAP.
Yep.
Lots of stuff just coming back in. Soundhound finally showing some weakness. This is probably going to roll over. I'd look at 1550 as support, but I'm not even confident that that's going to hold up at this point. SPY getting support from a previous all-time high almost. There was a previous all-time high of 603.35. That's the next level I see. And then beneath that, the next all-time high there is going to be 601.33, even though we might get some support around 602. Seems like the market or the SPY bounced twice around that level, once on December 3rd and another on December 10th.
Sideshow, enjoy your weekend, man. Take care of yourself.
Take care, Sideshow. And one thing I was also mentioning with the SPY, if we lose 600, that we could end up seeing a larger corrective move. If stay focused if you're out there still. What kind of corrective move are we looking here? Because if we're talking 5%, like just a 5% pullback, that's going to take the stock price down to 578.62. So we get that.
Are you talking about SPY?
Mm-hmm. That's what a 5% pullback would result in. That's where the price is.
578. What was that again? 578?
578.62. If you want to talk about a 10% correction, that's going to pull it down to 548.16.
That's right by the 200.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting if we pulled back. I tell you what, I'd actually try loading some swings up at that point. We do that.
So
by continuing to move lower here, I tell you what, the lows might not be done here for the day.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's
yeah. So I think your call earlier to kind of be careful here. I think I'm kind of doing the same thing at this point.
Yeah, and I'm just taking basically the all-time high that we had in SPY, and doing 5%, 10% pullbacks and corrections to see where those levels could be. Really, really simple stuff, but they tend to end up working out really well. So those are the 5% and 10% pullback levels, and we could absolutely get down there if that's a corrective action the market's going to take.
Okay. Sully, we appreciate this, and we appreciate you. You guys rock as always. Thanks, Ryan13. Really enjoying happy hour as well. Love hearing that.
Yes.
Love hearing that. Carmen, take care of yourself. Have a good one.
Take care, Carmen. And I think because we're almost out of time, we could probably wrap it up with this one question here that Sonny had about Titan, TTAN. Our thoughts. That was just an IPO we had yesterday. For me, when it comes to these IPOs, typically what we see happen is they have that volatility when they on the day that they come out, and then they end up going lower before they find a base. You can look to Reddit as an example of exactly how that works. So for me, I think that I would want to wait for this to shake out, maybe find a base before it starts to turn around. Because for now, I think it's just too new. There's not enough information on it on the chart side. So for me, I just would stay away until there's a more of a base being formed. How about you, Ryan?
I'm sorry, I was reading a crazy stat there. What was your specific question? I'd be happy to answer it.
Oh, it's just Sonny looking for thoughts on TTAN.
Okay, sorry, I did give those earlier, so I'm actually ready for that. Apologize, 13. This was kind of a disappointing IPO. I know we really haven't had a whole lot of them. This one has kind of been disappointing. As far as trading it, when I take a look at trading these IPOs, I like to see the initial impulse move wane. And so yesterday, we had that impulse move right when it opened. It came pretty much all the way back down to 101, and it went back to 105. Now, I didn't trade this at all. I think what I'm going to have to do is I don't know enough about Service Titan as a business yet. So I'd basically just be trading the chart here, and I don't really think we have enough chart data to really make good decisions off of that. So my thought here is I got to do some more homework on this. The IPO wasn't great. Didn't really give any types of big moves. I got no problem being a little patient on this name until it firms up for a trade.
Sounds good.
Stay focused. Answering your question here, I think.
Doesn't see a correction until the new year.
Yes. Sorry, I have to answer another question here. Really quick.
But who knows? The buy the dip folks are unpredictable. Yeah, it's true, and they may end up buying this dip as well. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But it seems like there's a chance, a pretty good chance, that a Santa Claus rally might not happen, or at the very least be muted. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Bernard, hey, welcome back. Absolutely enjoy your time with your grandchildren and your son, but glad to have you back as well. Yeah,
likewise.
I think you're right. Stay focused. Titan does need to retrace a lot of that back. I think their IPO price before they opened was like somewhere around the 70s.
$71.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
And it opened at 101. So
the hype was real. Take care, Big Bees.
Yeah, take care. We are waiting for Anne Marie here. Was that her? Did she just join? Yes, she did. She did just join. Right. So, okay, 13. First of all, I appreciate you sticking around here.
Sure.
And we'll go ahead and bring Anne-Marie on.
All right. Well, take care, everybody. Enjoy the show with Anne-Marie, and I will see all you folks on Monday.
All right. Take care of yourself, 13, and I'll keep
Bye,
you
guys.
posted. I'll keep you posted if we have that trip to Austin. Ho, ho, ho with the Grinch hat. All right. 13's departure leaves room for the one and only Anne-Marie. Let's bring her on and also give her a warm welcome. Hello, Anne-Marie. Happy Friday, fun day. How are you doing here today?
It's a lovely Friday the 13th.
It is. And let me just say, we'll start this off the right way today. You sound and look excellent.
Very good. I got my machine back.
I'm not surprised to hear it. All right. Really good stuff. So big news here, the Broadcom earnings. Broadcom really popped. AVGO, we expected that. I think you gave a trade on that last week. That has got to be a banger.
Yeah, I think I might have gotten it over on let's open it up.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I had the 170 and I think I don't want that customized there anymore.
And let me know when you get your screen up and I will throw that on
I'm going to try that right now. Uh-oh.
Big stretch.
Stretching is good.
Oh, it's the best. It is the best. And I'm about to get out there and do another run here. It's 15 degrees. It's a balmy 15 degrees. I did my 3.5 miles yesterday in 8-degree weather. So we'll see how it goes here today.
Look at you.
Man, got to. No days off.
I'm telling you. Okay, so all right, it's not letting. All right, let's try this again. Share. Entire screen. But I don't want it to share the screen I'm on. I can't seem to get it to share my other screen, which is so weird.
Interesting. So when I click on it, I get the option to click on a Chrome tab, a window, or an entire screen, and then I can select which screen it is.
Yeah. Interestingly, it's not allowing me. Wait a second. Let me check my displays because I know it's sitting there. Displays.
And folks, while Anne-Marie is getting her displays ready, let me know if there are any stocks that you folks want to have trades set up on. We should have kind of an open slate here, so just let me know.
I've got, this is bonkers. Okay, what I think I need to do is get out and get back in again.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
But I have a series of them to watch, so we've got some good stuff going. I'll be back in a flash.
Okay, sweet. I'll just do a little song and dance here while Anne-Marie is out. That's nobody wants to hear me sing or see me dance. I can assure you that. We'll be right back here with Anne-Marie in a sec. You know what? One of the things that we can do while she's fixing that up. Let me go ahead and share my screen again here real quick. Boop, boop. There we go. We can just keep taking a look at the scanner here real quick. A lot of these plays still kind of died off. Really, nothing has changed though. You Amy, no, all of these look really, really rough. MSTR is on the scanner. That's interesting. Looks like that's bouncing a little bit here. LAES, maybe. I don't know. Okay, there's Anne-Marie.
Yeah, weirdly, it is not allowing me to share my screens. And I don't know if it's because there's some sort of...
I am willing to bet that it's a Mac permission.
Yes, that's what I was looking for in the permissions.
Yeah, I don't know where that is offhand because I'm not actually a Mac expert.
Me neither. All right. Crud. Okay. We'll let you drive them then if that's okay. We can do it from the Benzinga profile if you like.
Let's do it. I don't know. Because I'll be honest. I'm struggling to keep up with you as it is with some of these. So I want to use the platform that I'm more familiar with.
Okay.
Give me a sec to set that up. I was not prepared for that. So just give
My
me 1 second.
apologies,
No,
sire.
it's quite all right. It's quite all right here. We do need to get together with Aaron though and get that resolved here. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can do. We want the Analyze tab, right? And then we want, there we go. And let's pop this out. There we go. There we go. Oh, you know what? We're not going to be able to do the charts like you do, though.
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay. Let me bring this over here.
Let me figure out if, so weird. Okay. What if I joined from another machine? What do you think?
I got you. I mean, I can just drive here. I got it loaded up.
Okay.
So let me just make this a little bit easier to see, and then I'll go ahead and read off some of those numbers as we need to do it. Sorry, we've blown through some time here.
Yeah,
Probably have to speed it up a little bit.
My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's go this, apply.
So which one were we talking about that fell off a cliff?
Oh, that's way too big, I think. Sorry, Anne Marie. Give me a sec here. Larger. There we go. Let's try that one. Okay. I think we will go with this. Actually, this looks fairly easy to see. Okay. What did you want to start with here?
What was the one you said we had that was that fell off a cliff and that we had a trade in it? Rain.
Adobe?
Was it Adobe?
Yeah. Because they got crushed on earnings. I don't remember mentioning that. This actually traded lower here on Adobe.
Yeah. So I believe the storyboard was that AI was making things so much easier. Nobody feels like they need Adobe. Oh, yes. So where were we with this? Oh, geez. Sorry. New installation. So here we are. Let me go to my other formations here and look for this trade. Alrighty, I believe that 470 was the opening strike and 460 was the middle strike. So that is definitely something we need to close. The question is, what's next for this chart? It's literally fallen like a stone all week, ever since, what day did that happen? Yesterday. And I was talking to some of the folks about technical analysis. And when you have a gap down and you open the next day and you lose the low of a day that holds a gap down, you are going to extend into more negative territory. So the question is, they're reevaluating the strength of Adobe overall. Mm-hmm. It is owned by a fair bit of institutions, but I easily think this chart could move into where's that number? I think easily it could move into 450. And so I am so peeved.
Is everything gone or something?
Yeah, everything has disappeared. So let's. Oh my goodness.
I would say 450 and 440 definitely look
Yes.
like two support levels. The 440 level closes off a gap that we made way back in June, I think. Yeah, June of
Yes.
2023. The
Sure.
450 level, or excuse me, there's also a low here, sorry, that actually filled that gap on June of this year. And then that 450 level, that's right in here, right around that same time. So I think it could easily go to both of those.
Yeah, for sure. So my thought is, let's see how expensive it might be to do a butterfly here,
Okay.
just a standard butterfly for January. I have the 450, 440, 430. It's $1, and it's because
I'm sorry. That was too fast for me. You said this is the call side or the put side?
no, the put side.
And you have 440,
Yes.
450,
Yes.
and then 460.
Yes. No. 440, 450, 440, 430.
Oh my gosh, I am struggling here, Anne-Marie. I am so sorry.
Yeah.
So
No,
what were those? What were those numbers
I'm
again?
trying to take a snapshot of it right now, and I'm going to pop it into the Benzinga Pro chat, just like we did the other day.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that, and so I'm on the backside trying to work that same sort of thing out. So we've got it for January expiry. It's rounded about 80 cents right now. And so I would say, that works. Oh,
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm totally mixed up here now. I lost my screen share. Oh, producer, what happened?
yeah, we've got.
I know this is such a nightmare.
Yeah.
Stop screen share. Okay, what am I sharing here? The chart or the pro or my broker?
Whichever one you want to. Or
Well,
are you talking to someone behind the screen?
No, I was talking to you. I thought you said you were putting a chart here
Oh,
or a
yes.
screenshot.
What I was going to do is drop it right into the Benzinga Pro platform. And so I'm going to go do that right now. Let's get it.
Okay, I'm going to stay here then in Pro.
Yes, stay in Pro.
And we can do that. Okay.
Stay in Pro, and then look in the Pro Lounge, and I'm going to drop it there.
I think you should probably put it in your channel.
Oh, in the chat? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, Jocko, I'm sorry. We're trying to come up with a trade idea for you here. We're dealing with some technical difficulties. I know it's taken a while. We're trying to get you one, though.
All right. Here we go. Back here. And getting into here. And whoopsie.
Oh, that's the stream thread.
Oh, good golly.
Let me get rid of that.
All right, let me delete that.
I got it. I took care of it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Here we go. Where is this one? File. Save as. Save. Replace.
Ivan, it's going to be the January 17th. It's going to be the monthly strike, I believe. We'll confirm as soon as we get it up here, but that's what I think it is.
Copy. Here we go. Trying it one more time. All right, there it is.
Okay, here you go. So here's the trade that you have. It looks like you've got the 10 of the 450 put. The body here. This is just a standard old butterfly. Body
by
here's
2 by 1.
430. Okay.
Yeah, 1 by 2 by 1. So something super interesting, that's for continuation to the downside.
Hmm.
If you think this chart's going to come back, it's better to wait for it to stop making lows after this tremendous move down.
Hmm.
The weekly charts are still showing there's a move that heading into 440 is not out of the question at all. So this chart really, I believe they are facing an existential event, and that might be pretty troubling for them. So I think people are going to have to reevaluate there. Something that moved really big is Sienna Corporation.
Yeah, we talked about that one actually.
It's moving really big, and it's holding fairly nicely into an area that looks like it wants to test 100. If we stare it down on, say, maybe a weekly chart, if you
Hmm.
want to look at a weekly, you can see it's getting really stretched from its moving averages.
Hmm.
And if you look at that, your tightest moving average, this chart does not have a tendency to stay far from it for long. So my suspicion is that it's going to pull back.
In
Given
fact,
that,
just looking at this 200, Anne Marie, which is the blue line.
yes.
Look, every time recently that it has become really extended, we've had some power candles
Oh
to the
yeah,
downside. That's really good. That's a really
savage.
good point. It's a
Yeah,
really good point.
savage motion. So what I would like to do is maybe consider the what color would that be? Violet? No.
Yeah,
Pink?
this one right here. Yeah, it's like a
Yes.
purple one. This is your
Yes.
20-day moving average.
Okay, so my thought would be, let's suspect that it's going to pull back into that average. What we could see, it might take a while to work out. So that is sort of the big thing that we have to stare down. So we might need to look at, ooh, they don't have February or March is up. Okay, so let's start with Jan. And if we go to January, the January options, wow, there are 2,200 contracts at 45 open interest. There are 1,000 contracts at 50, and these things are only 15 cents. So if I think January is too close.
And this is for CIEN.
CIEN. If you look at the January chains,
Yeah.
I see open interest for the 45 puts, 2,200.
Yeah, 2,200. Here we go. Okay.
And then 1,000 of them at 50.
Yep.
And literally the next one that is the next highest would be 869 at 65. And that 65 is only 20 cents. So to me, to take a calculated risk event of 20 cents, you buy 5 of these. If it goes to 50, you're going to be sitting down in a bathtub of money.
Okay.
Yeah. And so interestingly, the 67.50 is the same price, and the 70 is only 15 cents. So when options are mispriced like this, try to get the most option strike closest to the current price. And so if you look at this, 72.50 is also 20 cents, and that's $7.50 closer than 65.
Okay. Do you want to throw the trade in there?
Absolutely.
My
I'll
screen
do
share
it.
dropped
Yeah.
my broker too.
No.
I know we're having all kinds of trouble today. I'm sorry about that. I'm doing everything that I can here. But if you throw that in the chat, I'll bring that up.
Absolutely. I will do it, my friend. So what do you want to do? You don't want to go out and buy 100 of these. You just want to buy a few. Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay. Yeah, you just want to buy a few. It's it's in January, so it's got to move pretty quickly, but I think you've got a shot. You know, if you want to pay 5 more cents and get $2.5 more, you also can do that. You just have to measure that risk event, right? Let's see, reveal in Finder. Copy. All right. And then there's the second one. I just put it up.
So this is just a single.
Yes, sir. It's a single. It is a single. All right. Okay, so we've done that. A couple of things to look at. I saw that the semi index was weak yesterday. Listen, I am not surprised at all that the charts have sort of fallen off of a cliff today. I think because the volume has been so tepid that people are just saying, you know what, it's time to take my profit. It's Friday the 13th. I'm coming into, you know, whatever holiday sits around the bend, and they're taking some profit. So I want us to be careful about adding on pullbacks unless we've seen those support levels on the weekly charts. Just be a little bit more cautious there. All right. So do we want to do another, what time is it? Do we want to do another directional trade, or do we want to do something that is a revenue generator? Or is there something, here's the thing, we've got the FOMC next week. We think we know what's going to happen. Traders want to buy the dip so we can end on the high point. But intraday volatility, it spiked through the roof. Yes, that is correct, Ivan. That is correct.
Yep, here it is. Sorry, it's hard to display this
I know.
in one thing here. Yes, it is the January 17, 72.5 put for 20 cents.
Yeah, absolutely. So my thought is that this big giant move in Broadcom could easily pull back into a support zone. I don't know if you want to step on the outside of that and take something directional, but that puts us back in the range, or what are you thinking?
Sorry, I was reading a comment here off the screen. Can you repeat that, Anne-Marie? I'm so sorry.
No worries, my man. Here we have Broadcom. It shot out of a cannon, 19%. We've had a tremendous run up. I just did a search on every large company that had an average of more than 2 million shares that was optionable and shortable and reported in the last 5 days. And every single one of them is down except for one. And I can't remember which one it was. And so what I am thinking is that this shootout here in Broadcom is going to have a pullback into support. And I wonder if you want to look at a very cheap downside play.
Yeah.
And then potentially an upside play. So we might have a double butterfly in the way into January. What you think?
Okay, that works for me.
Okay, so I'm going to look where the highest volume is sitting. Looks like we've got 188 to 172. It's 36 cents expiring in January. That's a pullback, and I am looking where the majority of momentum is sitting. I will say that there are lots and lots and lots of open interest all the way to 70 and then 60. I mean, if this chart goes bananas, you know, you could try. Let me see what the support leg is. What is this? What is your blue trend line? Is that the 200? And what number is that?
So the blue squiggly line here is the 200, and I have that value at 154.85.
Okay. So my thought is the move into 184 is likely, but if that moves into 160, okay, I'm going to put that one there just in case for the Jan. And then we're going to think, all right, what if it goes bananas and it's got some short interest and it runs to a 1618, which actually it collided right into a 1618. You see how you've got that rising wedge?
Yep.
Up there?
Yep.
I did a Fibonacci from the top to the bottom, where that bottom of your wedge is right there. And that target point gave me a 1618 and it collapsed right at 220.
Okay.
And so I don't think it's going to run up there, especially in January. But if it does, and I would say wait on this call box to see what goes on. But if it does, there are 10,000 options, open interest at 240, 250. So we would try the 240, 250, 260 call butterfly. So now I'm going to take a snapshot of it.
Okay.
There is a single put in there, the 162. If per happenstance things go sideways and this really collapses, that 162 is going to pay a tremendous amount, and it's above that 200 moving average. And so we should have ourselves a pretty nice trade in the price action. So I have to move from Safari to Edge because Safari doesn't like Restream very much. All right, I put it up.
Okay, here you go. So let me zoom in on this here. So you've got the two butterflies and the single put in there, it looks like.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And that is really, really cheap. That is about $1 for all three of them. And then that gives you exposure to both directions there. Okay, exactly. Really, really awesome. Here, for those of you that want this one, here you go. The butterfly here, 188, 180, 172, and that's the January expiry. The single put 162, again, January expiry, and the call butterfly there, 240, 250, 260, and again, the January expiry. So here you go. Okay, Anne-Marie, we did it. We dealt with all types of adversity today, but we ended up doing it.
Trooper, dude.
That's what we do. That's what we do around these parts. So, okay. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie.
Yeah, maybe we can get, I'll send Aaron a note
Yeah.
in Slack or something and
He,
see
he,
if
he
we
already
can
sent
get.
me one. He was like, yeah, we need to work with
Yeah,
Emery.
yeah.
So we'll do
I'm
that.
right
We'll
on
do
it.
that here a little bit after.
Sounds good. Take
All
care.
right, Emery,
Bye-bye.
have a good weekend. We will see you. Anne-Marie's departure, of course, leaves room for option Sandy. Let's go ahead and bring on Sandra Stone. Sandra, happy Friday. How are you doing? You're muted.
Let me see. Okay, I got it. You guys changed the tech on me, and even though I can automate my trades really well, the one thing I do have problems with is all the streaming services. However, I'm glad to finally be here.
Okay, well, a couple of things. First of all, you didn't think we were going to get through a Friday the 13th without some type of problem, did you? Because that's exactly what we have on our hands here. And you
Perfect
should have
law, I
been
gotta tell you.
you should have been here the morning that we started up the stream and we had everything working except for our voices. Oh, that was a nightmare. That's why we had to switch some of the text. So sorry about that, but we're going to fight through that. We also don't have your intro video. We're working on getting that back.
Okay.
But welcome here. Happy to have you.
Thank you, Ryan. I love your stories. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, good. What are you going with here today? Let's go ahead and bring your screen on here again, since we don't have the video. Let's just dive right in. What do you got for us today?
You know, we're going to go over our Google play that we did. That was awesome. We were able to profit 147% on that play, and that was called debit spread. So that worked out really well. We're going to go over Tesla and Dash, a lot of them getting quite a few unusual whale activity in there. So want to see if there's maybe a
Ooh.
setup for us to get into.
Okay, amazing. Sounds awesome. Options trading made simple with Sandy starts right now. Ooh, video. Okay, take it away, Sandy.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, traders on Benzinga. How are you guys doing today? Hey, let's go over some of the stuff that we did last week. So we were in a call debit spread. Now we took a 175, 177 call debit spread on this. And the reason we took a debit spread is because we were choosing a vehicle that was going to be good for when momentum was building up, it would kind of push it through. But if there was like not that much momentum and we were kind of going sideways for a couple days, it would have been a great vehicle for that. I often refer to like straight calls and straight puts as like a short board when you're surfing, right? You need something fast and furious. And that's really the type of momentum that you need when you're trading straight calls and straight puts. However, if you're looking at the chart and you recognize we're at all-time highs and you know there's going to be some sort of consolidation there, oftentimes, if you're still looking for that move, all you need to do is change the type of surfboard you're riding. And in this case, it was a call debit spread. So we knew we were going to go bullish, but we wanted, and I basically call a debit spread like a longboard or a paddle board, right? You have a lot of room, you have a lot of comfort to just ride out the waves and kick back. And that's kind of what you do with a debit spread. So what we did here is if we go back 7 days, we actually took it right around here. And what ended up happening is we went sideways, did absolutely nothing. And then all of a sudden, you know, we wake up Tuesday or whatever, and this thing is just flush into the upside. Now, because we were already in it, it didn't need to be triggered. It wasn't an automated trade. We actually put it on together on Friday. And within Tuesday, Wednesday, we were hitting, you know, 150% plus. I think I posted that on Twitter, guys. And typically speaking, I risk 50% of a debit spread. So I had 5 of those on. So I think we bought those for about 98 cents. It wasn't very expensive, 97, 98 cents. So let's just say $500 for the investment. Only willing to risk about 250 for that. Wake up Wednesday morning and it's about over $700 value. I mean, actually the profit, right? So now we just end up, hey, you get a nice profit like that overnight. You want to take your profits because oftentimes when you get a big flush, you get a big wave that moves you through your target, what are you going to have next? once again, it's going to be consolidation, and you don't want to lose your profits during that time period. So you either reduce your position or you just take it off. I ended up just taking everything off, taking my profit and let that go. By the way, if you want to follow some of my information, some of my trades, some of the usual unusual whale activity that we're monitoring in our VIP community, you could check it out at Twitter, options Sandy. Options_Sandy is where you can find me. So we always have a lot going on each and every day. So let's take a look at some of the charts today and let's just go over it. So if we take a look at SPX, so SPX doing a double bottom here, you can see I was like kind of marking out my plan of action here for SPX, right? So you could see where I was like really wanting SPX to break above here. It did, and then ended up now we're in a what are we doing? These bands right here are consolidation bands. So you can see for the last couple of weeks, we've just been going sideways on SPX. Still looks very bullish. Why do I say that? Well, we can easily identify trend because price is above the 20 EMA. Now, the 20 EMA is like my reversion to the mean. A lot of people like VWAP. They like maybe several different EMA indicators or SMA indicators to show, what the trend is. Typically speaking, if you just look at a chart on any time frame, 1 minute is a lot of noise, but 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour, it doesn't matter. If you look at the chart and you see that price is over the 20, it's typically bullish. And then we look at momentum, right? And so momentum is green. It's above the zero line. Now it's pointed down. That could definitely help you kind of identify where we're at here. And you could see where, we're crossing the 100 here and we kind of go sideways, then we go down. And you can kind of look at price and see what it's doing at the same time, right? So with that in mind, as you see the momentum going down, you're getting some red candles. And so momentum actually drives price. And that's why having some sort of momentum indicator on your chart can really help you out because momentum drives price. And so if you can see kind of momentum, what it's doing on the different time frames, and this, by the way, works on all different time frames, then you can actually identify when there's going to be some consolidation or if this starts to curl back up like this. It's one of my favorite plays when you see momentum not break the zero, but do this. This is an excellent example right here of waiting for the liftoff, right? You're going to get some powerful moves when you see momentum slide, but stay above the zero line. And all I look for in a perfect setup like this, an A+ setup for me, is when momentum is curving like this and you have price that clears the 20 line. So as you could see, it was fake it, fake it, fake it, fake it. And then here's your clearing candle and boom, we go up to here. So it was a really nice play. If you're just looking at the chart and trying to look for some evidence, right? That's what confluence means. It's really just supporting evidence to make your decision to get into the play or not, or to look at the chart and say, what do I have going on here on all these different time frames? I typically well, let's just go, instead of going into all these educational um, tidbits, let's start taking a look at some charts. Where are we going to go from here? Boy, we are just still bullish. I keep waiting for, I'm sure everyone's just waiting for a pullback. We kind of have a divergence here, don't we? We have momentum right here slide down. You see the momentum sliding down? And really from here to here, we don't have it. And it just keeps going up. In fact, this momentum here is higher than this momentum. Yet when you look at price, it's opposite, right? So you have momentum high here and price is higher, but momentum's lower. We call this a divergence. And the only thing I don't like about a divergence, it's great to identify it, right? But you don't know when it's going to actually correct itself. This typically is a symptom of, hey, look, we have a divergence. Price is not following momentum. And if momentum drives price, then you know there's an off balance situation going on and it will be corrected. The thing I don't like about divergences is you don't know when it's going to correct. So though you see it, it could still last for, another 5 days as an example, right? It could work itself out while price is consolidating and then get all good. Then the divergence is gone. So that's the only thing I don't like about a divergence. However, we are extended. We've been extended, and we're just basically waiting for either some more consolidation. And what happens when we get consolidation? It's either um, um, accumulation or distribution, right? We're either going to break out or we're going to break down after accumulation. So as we're looking at the Qs still really look good. And you can see that our indicator here says 526.48 was good on a day chart for a long. And the next target is 532.51. We're on our way there. So let's take a look at a 15-minute. So we had a big gap up here, and you can see that we immediately, we didn't fill the whole gap. Now, there is a kind of a misnomer that, hey, typically speaking, when price is moving into a gap, that it has to fill the whole gap. It typically does not. Oftentimes it does, though. I will tell you, healthy price action is a fill of the gap, and then you turn around and go in the same direction that you were going. But when you have something like this and you're thinking, oh, we have to fill the gap. No, we don't actually. It filled probably 80, 90% of the gap. It's done. Oftentimes you'll see price fill 50% of the gap and then turn around. So with that in mind, gives you a little bit of more flexibility in your decision-making for your strategy, right? What's step 1, step 2, step 3 of what I'm going to be doing next? You kind of have to already have that plan of action. Unless you've done your studying, you have your plan of action, you automate it, and you just let it go. And that's typically what I like to do. Because it always seems like when I do the analyzation and then I get back to the chart, then all of a sudden I want to reanalyze what I analyzed. So if you're if you're a detail-oriented person like me, type A. This gets you into trouble, right? Because you already did your homework. Like, why mess with it? But of course, we come back to the thing. We go, oh no, we reversed. I should probably get out sooner than what my stop loss was. And then you make a change to only do what? Only to whatever ticker that you're on for it to actually, as soon as you get out, to make a U-turn and go right in the direction that your original analysis was already kind of forecasting. So with that in mind, I tell you, hey, look, if you're an automator, just stick to it and let it play out. You already have your plan of action in place. Let's take a look now that we've seen QQQ and how strong it looks. It really, as far as today on a 15-minute chart here, we did almost a full gap fill, waiting for it to actually get above that 20, right? And then you can see how momentum broke the 0 line. So it's actually a little lower. So this could be the high, low, and then a lower high. We could get what? A double bottom or break the bottom and get a lower low. So that's typically speaking on all time frames, how you would look at trend and identify where is this going. So let's take a look at Tesla. And okay, so a lot of flow coming into Tesla this week, a ton of it. And so, and I noticed that in this unusual whale activity, that they're laddering positions. And what laddering means is that, their first batch, they're buying 435, then they're going to 450, then they're going to 460. They go all the way up to 510. And they're using some farther away dates. So what they're doing is they're really forecasting for themselves a really large play to the upside, but it could take some time to get there. So when we see something like this, the first target was 435. Let's take a look at Tesla on a day chart. And let's see, well, we're already, let me get rid of some of this stuff as I make more. Let over here. All right. So you can see this trend pivot line right here. I love these pivot lines because they show you the vertical. By the way, this is a Thinkorswim. It is a custom indicator, but it's not proprietary. I'm sure that you could research it on my YouTube channel, Trading Made Simple with Sandra. I think there's a dash in there somewhere as well. Trading Made Simple dash with Sandra, I think. So if you take a look, this trend pivot line is nice because on all time frames, it actually draws out the vertical trend lines, and it's based off the last pivot high low, which is really convenient not to have to do that on every single, chart that you're looking at if you really prefer that indicator. And then it also gives you the horizontal levels of the last pivot. So you could see the last pivot high right here and the last pivot low on a day chart. And so look at how we're actually right at this vertical peak here, and we're actually touching it. So we've done a fake out, fake out, fake out. And why do I say fake out? Because whenever price gets to resistance or support, any type of support or resistance, it will oftentimes just stay there for a while and consolidate. And the energy is just trying to re-energize itself to see, hey, is this going to act as resistance, or are we going to have some of our population get in there and rush price through it? And so as you could see for the last 3 days, we've been just touching it back down, touching it back down, touching it back down. So we're really looking for a confirmation candle away from it. However, you can see all of the money coming in is trying to push Tesla, right? It's trying to help get that wave to go through it, with the next target actually being at 435. Now, let me take a look at the high here. The high here was 431. So getting close to the first target. And from there, it just keeps going up all the way to 510. You could see momentum kind of coming down here. So we're really looking, right, for momentum to kind of curve up. And as I'm, kind of like we're waiting for that curve right here. So sometimes what we'll do is we'll just consolidate until it finally decides to break through here. What else could it do from here though, right? Because unusual whales, they're taking like really long dated calls, so that the time decay doesn't really affect them. Now, you have to think about that when you're looking at information to try to get a forecasting idea, because if they're taking expensive calls that have a very far expiry date, then that means that they recognize that there's a good probability that this is going to play out, but they don't want the time factor to ding their contracts. And we know that theta time, when you're buying an option contract, could really ding your time factor. So what we're doing here is we're really looking for, if you're going to take short dated calls, to be careful, because this may drop down all the way back down to the 20 to do a reversion to the mean before it goes back up. So you got a high, you have a higher high, got a double top right here, changes its mind, then gets a higher high. So really, what are we looking for? We're really looking for a higher low, aren't we? So there may be a pullback before this thing really starts going. And here's your, on a 15-minute chart, looking for a break, right? We need to come right up here. Price needs to come right up here and match this or break it. If we do a double top, we could go back down. If we break that top, we break that level of consolidation, we could go to the 440 level. You see how that vertical trend line carries through? I actually like this for an automated trade. We could say, hey, look, if we break above this, and by the way, when you look at levels and you're making a decision, it doesn't have to be exact when you're automating. You're looking for that zone, right? Nothing is like a very thin line in the sand when you talk about price movement. So just keep that in mind for all you detail-oriented people out there. I know you're probably wondering, but if you take a look at this area and I say, if it breaks above let's say 432, and you can see this, these are targets that are created by average true range. So if, we could use the 427.37 as an example, that's very close to the last pivot high on the 15-minute. but you could use the 427.37 as your entry. You could even, knowing that price came all the way up here, which is 431.60. If you were thinking that we could do a double top and break the top as an example, because here you have your low, you got your higher low, and then could we make another one, right? So as we take a look at this and we stay above that 20, it really kind of looks good along with the flow and the 1 hour. It does have a little bit of a topping pattern here. And you can see momentum kind of going down. I still like this as maybe an automated trade. Let's do one in here while we have the time. So as I'm looking at this, I'm going to say, hey, look, if we go above that 430, 429 to 431, I'll take that last pivot high break. So if we go above, let's do the 430.58 right here. If we break above 430.58, we're going to be coming up to break this top and come up here. 430.48. So let's use 430.50. So if we go over to our trade tab here, and then we end up coming right over here to our, let me move this. Get that out of the way. So I'm already on vertical. If you've never done a debit spread and want to try it out, this typically is like all of your trades, the different types of strategies, right, that you could actually take. And so most of you, or most of us, we're on a single, right? We're doing long calls, long puts, and those are short boards. We need fast and furious to come through to get us to our target. If you want a little bit of a longer board, you could take the vertical. And so that's what we're going to do here, because we recognize that Tesla could go sideways here for a little bit. Now, I always like the at the monies. They're just a very easy way. Oftentimes people make strike, so complicated. Typically, you're picking a strike that's at your trigger level, or it's at your target level. So that's a very easy way to look at that for when you're buying straight calls and puts. So let's just make it easy and say, okay, and you can see the split in color here for Thinkorswim. That split means that's at the money, right? It's the closest to where price is at right now. So if we were to take an at the money call as an example, by the way, let me show you the difference too. For those of you with small accounts, if you take a single call, a 425 call, by the way, that's a 0 DTE. We actually want a 1 week out. Now let's look at price, looking at a 1 week out here. If I wanted a long call on Tesla, it would be $1,405 to get that long call 425. Now, if I break it down to a vertical, how much is that going to cost me? Look at this, guys. $125, just to show you the difference too, right, with the trade vehicle. So now if you have a smaller account, this is a great way to grow a smaller account. It has less risk. It also has less reward, right? It's going to have less reward than $1,405 call, but it's a great way to get into a position, into a play on a higher ticker item that you wouldn't normally play. There's a lot of people that just don't have that type of risk and want to risk it. So as we come over here and we just take a vertical, we can then say, okay, how many trades, how many contracts do I want? Now, typically speaking, you're going to use 1 to 3% of your entire portfolio value in one trade, right? In one ticker. So for this as an example, I'm saying, hey, look, my maximum risk is $500 here, right? And what is my reward? Let me take a look at that. My reward, max profit is 700. So my max loss is 550, it's telling me. And my max profit is 700. And how you get that is you just confirm and send, but you only hit it once. A lot of new people will hit that twice and just get it inside the trade and not really analyze where their max profit and max loss is. So as we take a look at that and see it, I could say, okay, though that's my max loss, if there was like a black swan event or something over the weekend, typically speaking, for a debit spread, I'll do a 50% profit or a 50% loss. So think of it in those terms. So really, I'm only risking here 250 250 to make a little bit more than that, right? Because it was 550 to make 700. So it's almost like a 2-to-1. So I'm really looking, and by the way, because I have 5 contracts, you may not, but because I have 5, at the 50% levels when I start taking some off and then let some runners go. Unless you can see something on the chart or something as a news event that would, change your thought process. So here I'm going to go over to the gear icon and I'm going to click it. And then I'm hoping you guys could see, I haven't done this. Let me take a look and see. Oh, you can. You have to change. Oh gosh, let me see if I can change the. Oh, how can I change the? Will it let me change the screen? It's the only thing about these screens, right? Like, what's the deal that I can't like show the other screen here? So you have basically a screen within a screen on Thinkorswim, but I can't put it on the screen. Aaron, are you there to help me? I'm wondering, what would I be using here to do that? Oh, am I sharing a tab or a screen? I think I'm sharing a screen, to be honest with you. Glad you asked me that. Maybe that's the difference. So next time I really need to do that. And so I don't even see on this new streaming service where my share my screen's at. So let me just play around for a second. All right. So I have very limited. Yeah, I'm on the bottom. I only see the microphone. I got a camera and I got settings, but I actually don't have the previous. Oh, the plus sign. Let me take a look. Let me see if there's a plus sign somewhere. I don't see a plus sign. It says exit full screen. Okay, got it. Okay, great. Oh, you're a lifesaver, man. Okay, let me change the screen here. Ay. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry I'm running late. Okay, real quick. So what did we say the price was going to be? I think it was 430.50. So what you do here is you come down here and you just click it. You'd never even know that this is actually where you program if I wasn't here to tell you this, right? I mean, look at this. You can't even tell that there's nothing going on here. So, and then what you do is you just click method and it defaults to mark. Just leave it at mark. The trigger is less than or equal to is the first one. The second one is greater than or equal to. So here we're going to use greater than or equal to. And if you ever get lost, you could just look at the writing down here because that's actually your programming is this writing right here. And you could see where it says greater or equal. And in this box is where you're going to put the stock price. So 430, and we said 50, doesn't have to be exact. So when this gets there, I want the option contract to trigger. But do I know where the option contract price is going to be? Absolutely not. I do not know what the option price is going to be when it gets to 430.50. So what we do is we just say, hey, put this, I want to buy the ask. And then we say good till cancel because I don't know when this is going to trigger. Oh, that's got a lot. That's got an interesting, it could be just because I'm streaming. I can't seem to get that to go down and do it. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm going to do the ask here. Oh, that's not working for me either. That's interesting, guys. Ask here. Let me save it here and let me see if I can do something here. I can change this to good, they'll cancel, but it's not. Oh, good. Oh, that's so interesting. What is the deal, Thinkorswim? Okay, so typically I think this is just like a streaming deal because this is really weird that this is happening. It never happens. So when you use the drop-down menu, you're going to say, hey, buy the ask. I'm going to just be an aggressive buyer of this contract. You could see that the limit price is 115 right now. But do we know what the limit price will be when it gets to 430.50? No. That's why we're just going to say, hey, when it gets to 430.50 and you enter me into this called debit spread, then give me the ask price so that I'm not so that I'm not off on my pricing and I can actually get into this when it triggers. So it's not letting me trigger it this way right here, but I'm going to go ahead and take it anyway. I don't know if I can. I don't think it's going to let me do it. Let's see. Yeah, it wants to get me in right now. It's actually saying it's at 115. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can program this at the 430.50 level. If not, then what I'm going to do is set an alert and get into it when it hits that. But I'm telling you for a fact, you'll be able to get into this. Just use the drop-down menu, use ask, and then we'll be into this play when price hits 430.50. And the reason is because it's kind of topping off right now, but I can still see the energy positive. But we want to make sure that it doesn't do a double top and then go down to the reversion of the mean. We don't want to be that. So that's why automation is so great. And if you want to learn more about automation and coaching, go to tradingmadesimple.org and we will see you there. And I'm going to try this one more time. Oh, here's man right here. Let me see if I can do ask. Perfect. Right here on the front, guys. If you have any issues sometimes with the option contract side, just know that you can link it right here to ask. We're not going to give them any more than the ask price because we're giving them full ask price when the price hits 430.50. Now, when I hit confirm, does it actually say it? Yep. Oh, let me just read it to you instead of changing the screen. God knows how long that will take. But anyway, it says right here on the screen, buy 5 vertical Teslas, 425, 427.50 calls, when price gets to 430.50. And that's what we're going to do. So we're going to be a little bit at the money at the time that this happens. Oh, that's interesting to think about. When I think about it that way, that will be above, will be in the money. Let me put this to 430. Let's see here. What was it at? Was it at 425, 427? I'm going to do 427. No, I'm going to do 430 and then put this at 435. Let's get it over there. Oh, no, 432.50. Okay. So that's what I'm going to do it at. So what I'm doing is I'm using my trigger level, right? Which is 430, 430.50. It's close. 430 as the at the money debit spread. So I'm doing a 430 call. I'm selling the 432.5 call, and that allows me to get into this trade at or about the price of the 430.50. So then we can move the needle from there. All right, guys, now I'm going to hit confirm and send, and it looks good above 430.50. Perfect. I am now, it's going to be waiting. So when I go to this monitor tab, you're going to see it working in your folder, and it's working because it's waiting for that condition to be met. So this is a great way to automate your trades, guys, and wait for the conditions to play out so that you don't hit a reversion to the mean trade while you still want to go long. All right, guys, sorry about being late today. I hope you have a great weekend, and we will see you next Friday.